because he's been a player alongside me who has been kind of billed as an upcomer within the Polish scene, but hasn't been necessarily on a team that can elevate their individual performance. So we will be taking a look at him later. However, of course, with Device, what is he bringing to this NiP roster? Obviously a wealth of experience, a championship mentality, but as an AWPer, how does he slot into this lineup that, as you say, was already floating around that top 15?
One of the biggest problems with NiP was before bringing in Device was that Knock was, in my opinion, way too passive. There were times when his entry stats were kind of inexcusable for a tier 1 AWPer. At IEM Katowice, when they bombed out of that tournament, Knock had the second worst success rate in opening duels, period. Not just among AWPers, amongst everybody at that entire tournament. And if you are the primary AWPer for your team, you got to win some opening duels. You can't go into a tournament with a 25% success rate as an AWPer and expect to win. Device is not going to have that problem.
That's a pretty telling statistic. I think you're absolutely right, Maui. And I mean, beyond just, you know, the pure stats of it, I think there's like a mental impact of bringing a player like Device into the roster. Certainly, you know, NiP already performing well and probably feeling good coming into this event, so you make a big roster change. For a lot of these teams in this tournament, I feel like I could build that, you know, to some degree as a question mark somewhere where, okay, well, let's just wait and see and whether or not that's going to pan out and be successful. But Device as an individual is going to get you that opener that's going to get you into a 5v4 early on into a round. And, you know, a team like Anonymo where you know, I think we've seen them play quite a bit recently, and, you know, depending on their form in the day, you know, Device may be able to exploit that in some big ways.
Well, speaking of Device, we do have a little bit of a Device homage here, courtesy of our analyst, Alan. Let's take a look.
Despite boasting 4 major titles, for many, Device's greatness goes under the radar. Yet in one respect, he is the Danish AWPer in a class of his own. Consistency. Tournament after tournament, game after game, round after round, Device makes the correct decisions with an utterly ruthless efficiency.
The short play now from Twists. Oh, Device reads it in with the flick, burning alive, and the collateral in the flames. The ace for Device.
Throughout all of his successes with Astralis, Device was the spearhead of their strategic mastery. The Danes' fundamentals are unparalleled in our scene, and for that reason alone, Device has to be regarded as one of the greatest.
Well, Device's loss may not have been as keenly felt as we might have thought at first on Astralis, given at least their first round matchup versus OG. And before we get into dissecting our upcoming match, I do want to do a little bit of a heat check on Astralis without Device, because they took down OG. Maui, you have OG as your tournament favorite, and they're already in the losers bracket. Were you surprised by how well Astralis played without Device on the roster?
Yeah, definitely. I thought OG was going to be taking that match. That being said, Astralis, I mean, they've had Bubsky watching him for quite a while now, so it looks like he's actually learned a thing or two, because the way that he slotted into their system was really impressive, and all in all, I think that Dupree is doing a solid job opping right now. I don't think he's going to be able to ever live up to what Device was able to accomplish, but as of now, I think they are a pretty solid lock for a top 4, I'd say, at this tournament.
Yeah, I was actually really impressed with Dupree's just willingness to kind of take some aggressive duels. I mean, he's no stranger to opping in the first place. It's not as though we can paint him as a, you know, making some role that he's never played before, and even in that roster. But, you know, there is certainly a daunting task ahead of you against a team like OG, and the fact they performed as a unit and well individually, I think that's a fantastic news line for Astralis moving forward, right?
Well, Astralis looking to defend their reigning major championship right now. It has been a couple of years due to the fact that we did not have any majors last year, and we will not have one until November of this year, but certainly a strong start. That said, let's talk about this matchup in particular. NiP is the first team that we are going to take a look at, and we've talked about that Device move, and we will talk about it just a little bit more, but there's been another new player added to this roster. So what does it mean to have these 2 roster changes with ZTR now coming in, Maui?
I think ZTR, for me especially, I was surprised that he performed even decently in his opener, actually. The first game that he played under the NiP banner was against Device, actually, against Astralis at Blast, and they took him down. So
he popped off.
Yeah, he looked good, actually, in that one. That being said, it's been a sea of red for ZTR since then. He has had some pretty poor ratings, and it's actually been made public that there were a couple of maps, Overpass being one of them, that ZTR was actually calling for the NiP side, but now Hampus has taken back over those duties. So now ZTR, I think the role that he's playing with this team is kind of a filler, more or less, and I know that this is the lineup that NiP is submitting. They're going to try to play the major with, but it would not surprise me if they decide to upgrade this individual piece in ZTR.
Yeah, and I think, I watched this Allen interview, I think that got posted this morning, right, Maui? We were both watching it together, and for me, I think he had touched on, Hampus being able to IGL on a few of the maps and maybe not being comfortable doing that from the positions that he was playing on like Nuke Inner, for example. And I think that's just one of those, as you give time to a roster to kind of figure itself out and, build towards a greater playbook, he'll have a role in that, and definitely I think the addition of Device, certainly you're going to look to him for some of those examples to look towards, but yeah, I mean, struggling individually is always going to, throw some question marks into your future.
Do you guys see Device potentially playing a different role on this NiP team? Do you see him having to shift up his style at all in order to fit with this roster? I know it's a bit of an unfair question because we literally have not seen them play yet. Or do you think it's going to be the other way around, where NiP is trying to mold themselves around the legendary skills of Device?
Back to referencing the interview that ZTR did with Allen that Lex was talking about, ZTR said that they're not really playing for Device at this point. That being said, I do imagine that he's not going to just take Nock's spots and play them exactly like Nock was going to play them, because what would be the point in doing a roster shift if you're not going to give Device a little bit of freedom? So I expect that Device is going to be a lot more proactive. He's going to take much more initiative, but even in the early interviews and early kind of content pieces that NiP were putting out as soon as Device entered their camp, he wanted to learn from them, and he wanted them to learn from him as well. He wanted to be an exchange. He's not going to just give everything to them, and he doesn't want to just take what they have too. So hopefully they put together the best possible product here.
And I think one of the advantages of having Device on your roster is that's an opera and a player that is so introspective. He's going to look at all of his own performances and see what he's doing right and wrong in practice. And beyond that, like I said, you have so much source material for Anonymo. You can go back and look at, okay, this is what they like to do. Here's where they're exposed. These are the fights that I'm going to want to take and where I have high percentage of winning these duels. And I think that is just one of those things where Device is going to find your weaknesses and exploit it, and that's why his stat lines are always so high.
Yeah, you can see right now here on our player cams, we do have NiP all together in a boot camp, as many people have been wondering which language they would be speaking as well. NiP has officially said on Twitter that it is going to be Swedish, that Device is fluent in the language and will be able to communicate in-game. So they have had some time now to try and integrate into this new system, and NiP about to make their Device-led debut. That said, on the other side, maybe overshadowing this story a little bit, considering the Device move is one of the largest and most important roster changes in CSGO history, is the return of Snax, a legend that had fallen out of the CSGO Tier 1 scene for quite some time, and now back with a new roster with Anonymo. We mentioned Innocent as well, a player that was formerly on Mad Lions recently for a brief stint, but has been really hyped up as an up-and-comer within this Polish scene, and the Polish Counter-Strike scene has never regained really the form that they used to have with Virtus Pro. So how important is this Anonymo roster, and what are the real bright spots that you see on it?
I'm really liking the way that they're infusing their different their strengths, because actually in an interview that Freya conducted with Innocent, he talked about how some of the younger players may be a little bit more aggressive, and then Innocent is kind of more on the same wavelength with Snax, and it's just kind of these two camps that are coming together. They're becoming a hybrid of both of their visions, and it's been effective so far. They qualified for this tournament. They're looking like probably the best team in Poland right now, so they're actually rising above their region at this point, and I think that right now for Anonymo, they are pretty realistic about their objectives and their goals, and I think Lex, we both kind of saw some of the things that Innocent was saying, so
Yeah, I mean, one of the bright spots that I think you could say about their mixed performance as a result, you know, you can have good days and bad days if you look through Anonymo's history, and you can definitely see, okay, they've maybe managed some upsets, but maybe some disappointing results against the lesser tier opponents. However, I mean, just Innocent's attitude towards it seemed to be, listen, we're all five. Something that even he was almost surprised by was the fact that everyone was on the same wavelength with, hey, okay, yes, these are unfortunate results, and we want to be better than this. We want to be performing at a higher level. But, you know, if you're taking every single one of those losses, those tough rounds that, you know, maybe easy to kind of just pass over and try and forget about. Instead, they're going back and they're analyzing, you know, even just practices that they're having are getting that level of scrutiny and that level of you know, of care to try and fix and resolve whatever's going wrong with them. So for Anonymo, you know what? If this is a team that is going to find that Polish greatness that we were just speaking of, you know, I think this is a great start for them.
And Anonymo is definitely a team on the rise, too. The reason they were able to qualify for Flashpoint 3 and this EU RMR was because they came through the close qualifier, and they beat some pretty fucking legit teams to get there. They took out ENCE, they took out Dignitas, they lost to Complexity and Mouse Sports, which you would expect for a rising team, especially with Complexity and Mouse Sports being at the level of skill they're at right now. But as you can see, they are also at a boot camp, and they have really been on the up and up.
Yeah, that wall art was pretty cool. So.
Yeah. Innocent also said in the interview with Freya that he's hoping that by the time this tournament starts, that they'll all have 120 hours in the past 2 weeks. And anytime I've ever seen a team with 100+ hours on their Steam profiles in the past 2 weeks, they win the tournament they're playing at. Like, that is some serious grinding. And like, if they actually committed to that and they held themselves accountable and they reached those kinds of numbers, then this is a team that can actually feasibly upset just about anybody.
Yeah, and considering we just have, I mean, we can highlight those roster additions over and over again for NiP, and that is just one of those things where it's always going to be a question mark, especially for us as analysts, whether or not they can get it done.
All right, we've got to get into our map veto. I know everyone is excited to see this opping matchup between two legends of Counter-Strike, so we'll see where the picks and bans go here. And let's take a look. So, first ban coming in, Vertigo from NiP. Surprised, Maui?
Nah, this is just their perma veto. NiP also, I mean, that's the map that they've always taken out. Maybe they changed something with Device, not the case here. On the other side, Anonymo, they should be banning out Dust 2, as they are here. That's just also their perma veto. And now the pick is where this gets a little bit interesting, but NiP are going with Overpass, a historically good Device map.
Yeah, and this is already a standout pick for me. I mean, Device performing statistically pretty darn well in Overpass on his past roster of Astralis, but the ban of Vertigo from NiP, that is spelling a little bit of trouble, I think, for Anonymo, considering that's their highest win rate map so far for throughout that last qualifier.
Yeah, that's a map they really leaned on, and so at this point you'd think they probably want to go with Nuke. That's another map that they've really liked. It seems like
Stop this, get right. Stop this, get right.
I got the pleasure of catching up with Innocent from Anonymo, and of course we saw the team forming in the early part of 2021. So can you kind of walk me through the vision of this team and why you picked up certain players, what the kind of goal is with the team going forward?
Hello. Yeah, so the goal of creating this team and the whole idea of creating this team was that we never really had like insane talents in Poland. We always, like every Polish team was the same nicknames all over again because we couldn't discover some like super young players that would carry us, let's say, in the games. But then actually Flashpoint helped a lot with discovering Kay and Kyler because they played in Aves and they totally dominated the qualifiers, and then they went to LAN event in LA, I guess. And yeah, that's the moment when they put themselves on the map. We were looking at their demos and statistics and stuff, and I was like, wow, these guys actually know how to play. Because we had talents, we had guys who were shooting heads left and right and stuff, but then official games came, and yeah, nothing happened. There was no really like Polish talents in HLTV events that were doing anything except these guys. So like when I was benched in Mad Lions, it was like my idea to either try to go international again or actually build something with Snacks and our coach. So yeah, we thought that if that's the moment, we should pick Kay and Kyler and start from the scratch with like some of fresh blood, some experience and stuff. And I think we made it pretty good for now, but there is tons of work ahead, and I think it's we spend a lot of time every day, but we need to do a lot more to unleash the potential in this team. It's gonna be really long time until we are satisfied.
And we definitely saw that potential shining through in the closed qualifiers, because you took down some huge names in the competition. You were definitely, I'd imagine, viewed as an underdog coming into it as well. So where do you feel like your biggest strengths were looking back at the Flashpoint 3 closed qualifiers?
I think it was not the first time, but second time where we actually felt like really confident individually and as a team. We were really hard on ourselves in general. We are really hard on ourselves. We talk a lot. I wouldn't call it like fight or argue, but we talk a lot and we have a lot of disagreements, and then we try to find solutions in a peaceful way, let's say. But we are really looking everything. Like every round we played bad, we analyze and we try to avoid it in the future. But it's not that easy, you know. It's always there is some pressure in the game. We want to win at the same time. We want to win everything, but also we are not like pressuring ourselves to win everything, because we know if we upgrade our game at least, I don't know, 0.5% every week or so, then at the end of the road we'll be happy with the place we are in. So yeah, we're losing a lot and we're not satisfied by that, but we believe it's in the big picture it will give us points, and by the, I don't know, maybe end of the year or maybe in this Flashpoint season it will pay off, and yeah, we'll be happy.
It sounds like there's a lot of passion behind the team. You're saying, you have a lot of talks together, potential some disagreements coming up, but of course that's where you're learning a lot from, right? So can you kind of talk me through how you balance that as a team? Is there any kind of, is there one central person to the team? So if you're having a disagreement that will, come in and sort of put you on the right track, can you kind of talk me through the team dynamic a little bit?
I think we have really different people in terms of character, and we have Kyler, who's really silent. We have Kay, who's like crazy, and I mentioned it in the interview after the games that we call him our like Lil Yekindar, because he's like super crazy player. If he feels it, if he feels blood, then we just tell him, like, he says, I want to go there and I don't know, frag 3 people, and we say, okay, whatever, just do it. And then behind it there is like 3 of us, I would say, maybe even 4 of us. We are kind of the same, like 3 players, me, Menu and Snags, and our coach. So we are kind of similar, but yeah, we can be like really, screaming and be aggressive, be full crazy, and we can also be silent and trying to calm down everything. So I think it's pretty good because we have only two people that are either that or that, and the rest is in the middle. So I think it's pretty fine. And yeah, everyone basically fuels another person, and it works like a machine. And we spend tons of time together. I believe I never spent more time in any team so far in my life. And it's basically, I don't know, we start every day at around 10 or so. And there are days where we finish at 1 a.m. or so. So we sit like basically, I don't know, 15 hours. Either we do deathmatch together, we watch demos together, or we talk together. Or I don't know, sometimes we play some other game for fun, but also together. I don't know, StarCraft or something like that, 1 or 2 hours from time to time. So we basically try to spend as much time together as possible. And yeah, it will be good in the future for sure. Like I can feel it. It's there is something there, and if it doesn't work the way we want it, then I don't know what can work.
So speaking about the future, you've obviously got like a clear vision for the team. So where do you kind of see those main developments happening within the future for the team?
We are doing goals for the team like step by step. Our first goal was to qualify for ESL Pro League, which failed, and like the biggest downtime of the team I think came in the playoffs of the league. We had really good results in the group stage, but then yeah, we went in really big slump and we lost everything. And then we had really massive talk, more like there was a bit of arguing, and then we said, okay, these things needs to end, blah blah blah. And yeah, 1 week after or so there was Flashpoint qualifier and we played completely different. So in the meantime we also had Polish Championship, which is really important to us, because if we win Polish Championship we get invites to the tournaments that could get us slot in ES1 Cologne, I think, or something. So there was like, it's really important for the future because of the events, but also gives you the thing that if we win it, we will be the best team in Poland, and we also won something. So it's, a bit fuel to our game. And yeah, now we qualified for Flashpoint, and this is our main focus. I believe if we can get some games, obviously we are going for the win, but you gotta be realistic at some point. So we will, our first and biggest goal for now is to win against NiP. If we win against NiP, we'll have another goal. If we lose, we'll have a goal to win the other game. So basically, this could give us a lot. And we are going to be bootcamping for whole Flashpoint and also 1 week before. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of preparation, a lot of hours put in. We are aiming to probably have, 120 hours everyone in CS only, plus demos and stuff. So we are going really huge with the amount of time that we will spend on this tournament, and hopefully it will play off. And in the meantime, we will have this Polish Championship finals. So 2 goals and hopefully 2 goals achieved.
And just going back to the Flashpoint closed qualifiers, something that we observed from you guys as a team is you don't tend to shy away from aggressive plays. So how important do you feel like that is to your own game style as a team?
Being aggressive in our team is like really important. We like it to be aggressive. We like some crazy. It doesn't really fit my personal style, but it's also okay. I like to do both, but judging by the positions I play for past years, then I'm rather passive than aggressive. But in general, if we play aggressive as a team, we work really good. We are screaming, we are laughing, we are like the TeamSpeak is pretty crazy in those games. But we discovered today, as we speak, that if someone is playing that they're punishing our aggression, then we instantly go down, not only in the game but also on TeamSpeak. There is this fire is kind of extinguished on TeamSpeak. So we will be for sure working a lot on how to also counter the people that are countering our aggressive style. and we will focus a lot on just playing calm, because that's the main issue in our game right now. If someone stops us in the middle of our aggression, and then we need to decide, then we want to still to be aggressive, and then some mistakes are happening because this guy wanted to play faster, I wanted to play a bit slower, and our runs, you know what happened with our runs. So that's gonna be main issue right now. So we will work on that, and if we get it within 2 weeks, it's gonna be really satisfying for us, and for sure we will play much better than what you saw us. And from what you saw us, we played pretty good.
Yeah, I want to ask about obviously Key and Kyler as well, because you were saying that they were kind of an important piece of the puzzle for Anonymo coming into building this squad. So why particularly those two players? What did you see in them that made you go, yeah, we want them on our team?
First was K, because we all, like, his capacity of fragging was insane to me. Like, we had insane players when it comes to aim or movement or whatever. Like, there were players that were shining in Poland, but there was no player like him for a long time that you just look at and you see that he's fragging a lot. Wherever he's put in, if he's lurking, if he's entering, if he's playing op, pistols, whatever, he always is capable of doing multi-kills. So for us, that was like, okay, this guy is really good, because there was insane aimers also in Poland, but they couldn't kill that much as this guy. So for us, it was no-brainer to pick him, and yeah, we are using him as basically our machine. And yeah, as I told, if he feels it, he just goes for it, and he has no problem to drop 30 bombs against anyone, whoever that is. If he feels it, he's not afraid. And with Kyler, we needed more passive player and more quiet person also, and he fits both. He was kind of outshined by K in this Aves lineup, but still there were two people that were carrying every game. So if Aves was winning anything, those two were playing lights out. So yeah, both were actually no-brainers. We said we either got both or we don't make a team. So that's how we created it, and that was it. There's nothing more to add. Both are insane players, and they will continue to develop. And yeah, they will be top players if we continue to do the good work, and hopefully we will be one of the top teams in the future. It's really hard to get there, but once you get there, I feel like it's even. Most of the games are even. You see that in this online era, there is Gambit that were stuck in tier 3 for like 1 year or so, and then once they got in, they instantly improved, and now they are the best team in every ranking possible. So we have to believe it's also possible for us.
I want to ask about obviously your primary and game leader as well, Minio. So what kind of style does he bring to the team, and how does that balance work when Snacks has an idea that he wants to inject in the team? Can you tell me a little bit about that dynamic?
I think they think the same in the game most of the times, and we like to have map control. We don't like to open the book, read the strat name XYZ, and then we play the strat. We would rather have map control, and Menyo is this guy that would say, okay, let's play default, but maybe let's take a bit more pressure to some position. And then we work on this position, and the whole idea is to like everyone to join and understand what's happening on the map. Just there is a flow of information, and yeah, basically then there is like 40 seconds left, and end call comes. Okay, let's do this, and yeah, that's basically the round. So he kind of, I think he leads simple. I wouldn't say it's complicated, but it's simple, straight plans. We talk, then we get a final call, and yeah, sometimes Snacks comes with a crazy idea, and that's basically how our game looks right now, and it's really good. I think there was a team in Penta. I think we played pretty similar in that sense. We either went like full strats, or we were just talking with each other, and that's the best way to play it. And yeah, if we had our shots and everyone is confident, that's really, really good for us. Sometimes I'm surprised how great rounds we can have when I'm watching the stream or demo and I see this round that we are playing and it looks insane, like fully prepared round with perfect nades, but it was just talking. So when we all feel it, it's really good.
Is there a particular team that you guys like take inspiration from at all, or are aspiring to be like in terms of the gameplay or in terms of that team dynamic?
For sure, we watched a lot of Gambit, and it's they look similar maybe to what we are playing, but I'm not sure if that's the case. They are insanely structured, and I think maybe it's the fact that they played together for a long time, and there is only Hobbit replacing Supra, I guess, in a couple months ago, and they just do it mechanically. But yeah, their team play is insane. Like, I think it's probably top 2, top 3 teams in terms of team play. It reminds me of Astralis in the prime. So yeah, Gambit is definitely something to look up to, and we watched a lot of demos on some maps that needed some tweaks. And yeah, for example, Inferno, we had problems. Then we watched Gambit demos and completely new map, and we only watched demos. So definitely a team to get inspiration from, and they are super young as well. So like, I can only imagine what will they do in like 2 or 3 years if they stick together, and these players will also develop, because they barely have any experience and they are doing such things right now. So it's crazy to think where they can go.
Now, you mentioned it earlier, obviously your first opponent here at Flashpoint 3 is going to be Ninjas in Pyjamas, and I want to get your take on the recent crazy roster change we've seen, Device coming into the lineup. What did you think? Did it surprise you seeing that? What are you thinking of this roster shakeup?
Honestly, I read it. I thought it's a troll, and like, to me it didn't make any sense. But yeah, I think it's right now Device is, in my eyes at least, he's the best player to play CS:GO. Like, I don't really look at this game in the way that people do, that Simple and Zywo are the best players. To me, Device is the best player. He has most MVPs, he won the most events and stuff. He's top 3 player, I would say, for past 5 years or so. So I don't know, maybe he actually thought that there is a time for a change, and he wants to prove some people that he can also be this insane player in different environment, because people always say that, yeah, he wouldn't play it like that if he was playing in Navi or something. Like, obviously he wouldn't play the same in Navi, but yeah, he gets a lot of criticism about it, which is I don't really understand. And also we have to look at the point that he wants to stay closer to his home, and that's also needs to be like understood. So yeah, I don't know. To me, the move is crazy, but if he actually makes a NiP like top 1 team or win a major with NiP, to me it's crazy. He will have some issues with winning maybe the major with NiP, since they're playing us in the first game here. So I don't wish him like a lot of success in the first game. But yeah, I don't know what we can expect, to be honest. It was always super hard to play against Device, but we kind of liked NiP from Prax. So yeah, I don't know what can he give and how he can turn around how NiP is playing. But it's gonna be super hard match for us as well. So, but I hope if we continue to practice and we'll hit our peak, then it's gonna be pretty close game and hopefully won by us.
And looking at NiP as a whole, we haven't seen Anonymo, obviously without Device, we haven't seen anybody playing the NiP lineup with Device, but just in terms of in 2021, we haven't seen you guys play up against NiP at all. So how is that affecting your kind of practice and preparations coming into it? How do you feel you're going to be stacking up against them?
Their playstyle from practice, at least, they're kind of aggressive. They're doing fast things. They like the fast pace. I don't know how will that work with Device actually, since he he was rather like this passive opper that gets every angle right and makes only good decisions. That's how I see Device. And it doesn't really fit NiP's style that I knew from practice at least. So it will be interesting to see how they match together and what they can get with it. If they will play passive with him or Device will play more aggressive with NiP. Like that's stuff that people don't know. We have no idea because we are not practicing against NiP before the game. So yeah, but we will have some tricks for them for sure. And we prepare something.
And we are back. Thank you for your patience. If you want to see the rest of that interview, you can find it on the Flashpoint YouTube and many others as well. There's excellent interviews. Credit to Freya for getting so much information out of those players. Maybe she's got a second job in the future as an interrogator. But indeed, it is the third round. If you are just joining us, Anonymo won the pistol. They were reset by Ninjas in Pajamas with a force buy towards the A bomb site. We find ourselves here. Pistols out for Anonymo. For the most part, they will, well, there is an investment, but it's not a full force buy. We can see they're mostly around $700 with Key holding on for an AWP, it seems. Device creeping with the M4 around Party. He's got some friends in tow as well as Anonymo look for some pot shots. Ninjas in Pajamas with plenty of utility. And that's to be expected when you've got threat behind you. Of course, he can't be talking to the players right now, but he'll definitely be a man who sets a lot of structure for the squad. Anonymo being patient as well, just fishing for some headshots. Innocent will try to get a crossfire on site, but they will be promptly deleted by the ninjas.
Need a little bit of that StarCraft micro up here right now. For Anonymo, got to get these players in a better position to deal with that push, but I expect to see this from NiP. Steady play, not going to be many weaknesses. I mean, you can't really do too much about getting headshot in the face like that, but you're not going to be able to go past that point here, Kyler. Because they're going to be hanging around, exactly. And so trade situation, perfectly fine. AK gets recovered, 4 rifles held onto by NiP, and they are doing just dandy. Another round of eco coming up here for Anonymo as well. So we should see more of the same here, although NiP deciding to call a tactical timeout. Interesting. A tactical timeout getting called by NiP. I was expecting another technical timeout. But we shall see.
Oh, so if you are wondering what the issue was, it seems that Ninjas in Pajamas have some routing issues with German servers. And they were requesting one a little closer to home, which doesn't make the world of sense, really, with Anonymo not in Sweden. But we have found some common ground here, as we can see. So I like the half buy from Anonymo. I think a lot of people go for the full force buy there, but just in terms of money, that could have left them a little short on grenades and such in the full buy round. So they want to start off on the right foot, at least in their first buy round. Of course, having been reset on the pistol, they started off on the wrong foot. But they can still make amends for that in the rounds to come. But for now, it will be the USPs on roads. That was a satisfying straight line of players for a short time.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to get a satisfying straight line of players here. Surprise, surprise! Facing as many USPs as possible. Rez is freaking out. Doesn't look like he was able to get all of the information there, unfortunately. Device. As in just how many players he was facing. So Rez had to play a little bit carefully, but they will be able to back off with 4 alive here in Anonymo, and they've recovered that M4 as well. Bomb is getting planted in the meantime on the B side. And so a little bit of a gimmick. And it works. I mean, they get a kill on Device, but again, if they just get a kill on Device will be perfectly happy just taking an op in the next round and leaving it at that.
Yeah, so that is a great opportunity for us to see an early AWP-esque Device in the Ninjas in Pajamas system.
And who doesn't want to see that?
Yeah, there's a lot of people tuned in to see that. Very curious to see how this one will go. Really nice interview with Innocent there as well, while we had a break. And there's some clues into the potential problems for Anonymo in terms of different players having different ideas and so on. Some wanting to play fast, some wanting to play slow. So it seems if they get into difficult positions mid to late rounds, we may see some cracks in the integrity for Anonymo. Something to look out for as this progresses, maybe more on the T side. But perhaps it will have some part to play in rotations as well. But maybe they've overcome it. Time will tell. Interestingly, there won't be an AWP just yet. Instead, we've got the UMP on ZTR and rifles for the rest of Ninjas in Pyjamas. But Snacks will have the AWP for Anonymo. How about that for a combo? The smokes and the mollies. And Ninjas in Pyjamas have 0 map control immediately towards party. Nil pois, nothing whatsoever. So we'll see how Anonymo play around this. Only 2 players towards B, despite this forward position on the A bomb site.
Yep, and this is all according to plan. Just get in here quick and trade. ZTR gets in, manages to pick up 1 and 2, and this is definitely meta on Overpass right now, which is to just hit B site super hard and expecting the aggression in mid, expecting Anonymo to try and take the map control and do as all CTs should, which is to get, you know, a little bit of pressure over towards Birthday, a little bit of pressure towards Long, show some presence, force some utility out of NiP. NiP just pull the trigger and go for a very quick take on the B site. Snacks with a nice shot on Hampus, though, could bring this back into things here for Anonymo, 3-on-3 retake.
Yeah, they're moving back, though, into Connector, not wanting to give everything up. They did have the fuse kit on Snacks, but he'll fall back as well. And it's interesting from Anonymo, they had the double incendiaries around the playground position. But, again, a lack of challenge there from Ninjas in Pyjamas, and only 2 players on the B bomb site didn't have the numbers. NiP moved in. And we find ourselves at 4-1.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of a chat going on with the players. I like it. Good sportsmanship. NiP thanking Anonymo for the patience for waiting while we got that server sorted out. Innocent saying no worries. Hope it goes well. I like it. Respect on both sides here in this match. And well, NiP in the lead comfortably here, 4-1 on the T side of Overpass, and already it feels like they've got a good sense of what they want to achieve here at the beginning of this map. Snacks with some aggression, but he's getting body blocked, and unfortunately for him, it is going to be the boost over. But not spotting anybody in Monster. Super passive play from ZTR over towards that side of the map means no targets for Snacks.
Yeah, it looks like this default from Anonymo when they've got money, the smoke and the mollies towards the towards this area is something that NiP wants to challenge. Snacks can't be whiffing too many shots like that because it will prove to be very expensive indeed. That was a sitter for him. Device will not allow him to get away with that. Swing from Plopsky, and hold on a second, we've got Hampus here to cut the numbers out, and Rez if necessary, but Hampus will find 2. So Anonymo have been massively outpositioned by Ninjas in Pyjamas. An early play up along allows them to take the A bomb site, and there's nothing else to be done here for Anonymo.
Rez is just he is the dirty bandit at Long, man. He loves to play that spot, plays restrooms on CT as well. Just knows the timings, knows how to play aggro, and not surprising to see him just ninja his way onto that A site. If he's not going to get challenged, if Anonymo don't realize that he is going to be putting pressure there, he is going to take full advantage of it. And there really wasn't too much of a hope there for Anonymo in that situation. Interesting to see Snacks going toe-to-toe with Device on the op. I mean, bold. All right, you need to have some bravery there.
Well, he should have got the kill there. I mean, you have to, you know, if you give your opponent too much respect, you're going to lose. So he has to play his game, but he's got to land his shot as well, and that was a massive position to lose immediately, having missed that one. Who knows what this round looks like? I mean, NiP still had a strong position towards Long, so there's a reasonable chance they come out on top anyway. Just in that brief round, they look better prepared, but we'll see. Small sample size so far. Now, there are money troubles for Anonymo. Kylar with 3450 will soon see what they're able to do with their money. Hampus with that second one as well. Again, had res if needed. But again, this is going to be a ropey buy for Anonymo, and they're not going to invest too much. Well, they'll leave some money in the hole, but as we can see, it's the M4, the MP9. If they went for the full investment, it would have been crap. One of the 2 incendiaries missing there, which allows NiP to make their way through that smoke. Not really being too deterred by this early utility at NiP.
No, but Minyo's about to be in a world of trouble here. Plopsky, Hampus, Rez have got him boxed in. And so long as he stays there, I mean, if Plopsky goes down, he could have an out. ZTR isn't in a position to punish him if he goes water. And nice, finds that kill. Now Rez has to worry about getting flanked. Device is going to be bringing it up as they work their way onto this A site. Dude, this is going to be Crazy. Easy free kill, and now the A site under control, apart from Minio, who could cut this in half, but ZTR is more than aware of it. He is ready for this flank coming in from Minio. Easy kill, and now you've got the A site.
Yeah, that was a really important kill. There was a time where I wondered if Minio would meet the solo bomb carrier, but ZTR, he's close enough to clean up. They will move carefully as Innocent tries to shift walk. He'll do that at least, but he'll shift walk to his doom. So now we've got a 2 versus 3 situation. And maybe this is a round where they could consider a gamble. Snacks will certainly be doing that. Key will be moving away.
Yeah, and yeah, Key will be. I mean, both of them should be hightailing it out of here. Maybe an MP9 kill?
Yeah, he was moving away, but I suppose he's like, screw it, let me try and get a better weapon at least.
Yeah, an MP9 kill, the bonus money at least, maybe that could have done something for him. Snacks moving back in here, though, is a bit weird. He doesn't have a kit.
There might be one here, but he already gave the sound cues that he was running away, so maybe he's trying to...
Because he's just not thinking that it's worthwhile to save the AK for the next round?
Maybe he's hiding in plain sight. It's a bit unclear. Is he going to survive here? I suppose he is.
Close, a near run thing.
Alrighty then.
So he got, I mean, it saves that AK for the CT side. One-shot headshot capability on the CT side always makes a difference. But yeah, it is really good to see. I mean, this is as close as we're going to get to LAN for now. But at least all of the players, all 10 players, are on boot camp together. So they have that element. We don't get to say that, you know, this one team might have an advantage here because they're all together in the same location. Not so. Both of these teams are experiencing that, so it kind of balances out. Ooh, run boosted Molly.
Oh.
Not good.
Yeah, not quite hitting the mark there. Oh, that's some good damage. Oh, you won't even make it. Again, the double mollies, so this time they're being more successful now. NiP haven't respected them, but this time they will fall, and this is the advantage Anonymo needed. 4 players with the aggression towards A, playing against NiP's lack of respect of their utility.
Oh, wow, and they keep pushing as well. Easy kill for Device. Oh, he has no idea that there's a second man here, though. Has to be careful with that dig. Surprise, surprise.
Oh, my God.
Oh, there it is. The no-scope headshot.
Not like this. This is not supposed to be how it plays after this control from Anonymo. Device announcing his presence in his new threads. There's a trade from Plopsky. No fear whatsoever. 2v2 now, and there's some sound cues for Key, and there goes Device. Plopsky's got 50 seconds. He's got a potential 1v1 here. Doesn't know where Innocent is. Doesn't matter because Key will deliver. The second round for Anonymo. They lose 3 players, though, so it will be expensive.
Yeah, right eye peek. Advantage there for Key at the end. Make short work of him, and the spacing isn't quite there for NiP with the pair. But interesting decision for them to just go back in here and try and take it over again. Yeah, nice shot from Device.
I need to see that again. That was nasty.
But main thing is that, okay, how often are you going to get aggressive like this? If you're going to keep getting aggressive like this, there can be a change of strategy from NiP where they can keep going towards B early. Use a similar strategy. What we saw earlier, Rez is going to regain his vision in time, and so, once again, Innocent not going to get that flick, and nobody is here to cover Rez. He is fighting alone. There's Device with the trade.
Yep, NiP realized that this is going to be a common battleground. I think it seems to be key to Anonymo's strategy to try and control as much of the map as possible, take the game away from Ninjas in Pajamas. A noble strategy, but we'll see how it plays out. 6-2, not too shabby for Ninjas in Pajamas, and they've got a man advantage now after these early losses for Anonymo. It's a pop flash, and maybe the swing from Kylar, indeed. Some information found. Not sure how many of these 3 players he would have spotted. What can they do here? They need some individual performance right now, Anonymo, to bring things back, and NiP may be reading that, so being very patient, using their time well. 54 seconds, and indeed Kylar still having a look, and he is indeed surrounded. Rifle support for the bomb carrier comes through now. Flashbang's being eaten, and down goes Kylar. 44 seconds, and surely Key's got to rotate to join Minio, or at least make a play towards the A bomb site. Looking for the multi-frag is being get it to 180 from ZTR. 4 versus 1 now. This one falling to pieces, and Anonymo are heading towards Eco Town.
Yeah, that is a problem, and wow. I mean, well, more of the same. It really does feel like ZTR is comfortable on this map. This is kind of that home comfort pick for him. Ever since he's joined the roster, he's seemed to do well with the team, and the team is also there, although they have experienced some bumpy times recently in terms of recent results. ZTR, 7 kills. He was going to be a guy that we need to keep an eye on going into this match, just in terms of individual performance. It's been a bit of a struggle for him. Was rocking like a 0.83 rating, 0.84 rating going into this match, which is 0.85. Okay, fine, 0.85 rating going into this match. So not impressive statistics. But maybe bringing Device onto the team, getting a little bit more comfortable. He just needs time as well. There's always an element of it. Could be seeing him come into his own and start to carry some of that weight here for NiP. But a 7th round on the board for NiP on the T side, just fully in control of the situation, it feels. It feels like Anonymo are the ones who are kind of having to go for this gimmicky aggression. And, yeah, it's not going to keep working.
Rez is a fragger.
Wow, yeah, Rez is a savage. 8 kills so far for Rez. That's another thing that could bode well here for the Ninjas. Rez, Plopsky, I mean, all eyes on Plopsky as well. He recently experienced a dip in performance. So if this, maybe because they've actually had, like a month since their last official match. They've had a few weeks now to work with Device. It could have been that time, that reset where their players are going to be feeling well rested. They're going to be feeling prepared. And we're going to get to see a resurgence in their performance and their individual levels as they've had time to kind of iron out some of the kinks here on these different maps. Really does seem like NiP want to make Overpass a thing for them. They are definitely a team that is going to benefit from Ancient getting added to the pool, though, because they don't want to play Train either, by the looks of things. And so Train gets taken out. If you just shift a lot of time into preparing Vertigo now, you can still have, or not Vertigo, but Ancient. You can have Vertigo as your permaban still, and you just swap over to Vertigo to Ancient and see what you can do there. That's actually, it's pretty interesting here as far as the veto is concerned for NiP going forward. Just get rid of Train. Goodbye, good riddance. It left the station. It's done.
What now from Anonymo? They've got the incendiaries for their early play towards the playground position. There's the first one. I see the smoke as well. Device, see what he's up to here. Does he make a play through the smoke? Looking for some more aggression from Anonymo. A potential push. And we've only 4 players with rifles. There'll be aggression somewhere. I can see Snacks has gone deep on long with the AWP, and that's been a problem for Anonymo in previous rounds. Now, not seeing anything early towards A. Looks like we might have a 3rd player in Minio heading towards that B bomb site, which will be the problem again. All of the Ninjas in Pyjamas here. Device was lurking, looking for a push, but he's on his way now. Down goes Key through the smoke, and ZTR charging through. Plopsky's here to trade, and there are huge problems on the B bomb site for Anonymo. Minio needs help. He's got utility flying in his direction, and how long will he last? Down goes Plopsky, just jumping over the water with no one to trade. Minio's buying time for his team to rotate now with another kill. Overperformance from him. And Snacks, who was holding long, coming in from the back. And he's got the USP versus the AWP. Lost his angle now. Ninjas in Pyjamas will plant. How on earth does he clutch this one, Snacks? Doesn't have a kit on him. And he is out of here.
Yep, answer is he does not. And that is so unfortunate. Minio doing the best he could. Rotated in early thanks to the information. Device backing off. And they're able to make that play because Snacks is all the way up at long. He's giving so much info in sense of, I'm not seeing anybody here at top mid. I'm not seeing anybody playground. It's a lot of info to go off of, especially with the presence and connector as well from Anonymo at the start. So it meant that they could get that extra body over towards B. It's all looking up. Unfortunately, though, it just didn't pan out for the B anchors. And Anonymo, they're going to lose another round here. 8-2. For NiP on the T side. And I'm actually kind of surprised that we're not seeing more of the very fast execute onto B from NiP, because it went so well the first time they used it, and it feels like it's still such a powerful strategy that you almost always see it here on Overpass, used a lot on the T side. So, oh, he just got left with smoke too. That's just agony. It would be good to see a little bit more of like a change of pace coming out here from NiP. Just get in there fast and smash them.
It's a very clean Dragon Law in the hands of Device. Rumour has it the IBO power sticker on the scope makes it shoot faster. Classic strat. control connector with the smoke. Boost to look into short Bs. Any fast play could easily be caught off. And that's another swing and a miss from Snacks. He's really not hitting the mark, quite literally with AWP so far on the CT side of Overpass. So maybe he's gone in cold. They are being dominated now by Ninjas in Pyjamas, but how many whiffs are we going to see? This is not a map where you can take such an aggressive angle and just miss consistently like this. Because it really crushes your opportunities, especially when it's almost a hero AWP as it is in this round. There's a cameo appearance from the M4, but really we're looking for that AWP to have some heavy output, and I don't know if it's if there's more than one kill that's been with that AWP.
Just kind of hoping that Anonymo right now are kind of posted up, hoping they can maybe sneak in here and get that op. Rez is working his way through. MP9, no, not an MP9, AK in hand, and Innocent gets a bullet to the face. Kyler's still hanging around here, though. Plopsky, is he going to check this angle? He very well should. Unbelievable. He actually gets a kill out of that. But they are not going to be able to recover the AWP. They'll have to do it the dirty way, or they're going to have to save up and buy in the next round here.
Hold on a second. We got 1v3, and Key's got an M4. 20 seconds to plant the bomb. He'll get sprayed through the wall. There was a chance for a 1v1 as the bomb got planted there, but Hampus just knows his angles too well, so that won't happen. But again, the AWP is not the weapon to go missing with here. Snacks has really got to turn things around. It's so crucial to being around toilets and just slowing down the advance of Ninjas in Pyjamas to have an AWP on the server. But going for these aggressive picks, just whiffing and dying immediately is not going to be conducive to winning rounds. So again, we've got to execute towards the playground position, but nobody is towards A for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Speaking of fast plays and pacing, they're going straight into the B bomb site. It will cost them 2 though. Nice spray from Key, and no one else is here. Well, there's one player by Graffiti falling back now, waiting for that rotation, and in it comes towards short B.
Nice prediction there from Anonymo. You see that change of pace coming in from NiP. They called it, and Key put up one hell of a fight, so very well played on his part. But there's still 3 ninjas on this site, looking to get that bomb planted. But that would put them in a 4v2, so they're kind of hoping to get a kill here to try and bring it a little bit back their way before they commit to that bomb plant.
Really failed that smoke grenade up top, which makes things even more awkward. Minho with the boost from short B, and ZTR has been dispatched of. 4 versus 2, the numbers are favourable for Anonymo, but Device is lurking with the AWP. You can see the bait set up there, but he's still alive, looking for players towards Monster. Falling back now for some more cover. Hampus looking for a multi-frag. Almost got a crossfire, but now it's just Device. Smoke is down to create some space for himself. Holding angles now, and Snacks has got to deliver this time. Switching out for the AK-47, Device has got an angle for the bomb. Look at the transfer, almost but not quite. The bomb will be defused. Surely goes back for the AWP, focusing on damage instead, won't get any more. Anonymo have a 3rd round on the board.
Yeah, and Device does not survive that round. He goes down, he doesn't manage to get another kill either. So a little bit of a saving grace there for Anonymo. But you got to give it to Key, getting 2 kills in that spray down. That was impeccable. He saw it coming. And he was the hero of that round for Anonymo, trading himself dearly and doing a lot of damage. More importantly, slowing down NiP, not letting them get that bomb planted early. So deep molly going in again, and the second molly. Device saw it though this time and does not run into his death. So not going to catch him the same time or the same way twice.
That is such a specific execute. Your default includes a run boost every round, and so far so good. It's a very aggressive smoke. NiP not in the biggest position to respond to this towards the B bomb site. You can see Rez slowly making his way to his teammates with the bomb in hand. ZTR trying to make his way through Monster, and he needs a multi-frag here. Close, but not quite. Plopsky, instant trade. And the B bomb site is taken. Catches the flanks as well, Hampus. And that leaves Snacks with the M4A4. 1 versus 3, and he will be dealt with as well. Ninjas in Pyjamas just looking much stronger, to be honest.
Super clean, super cool. And all that aggression in mid, I like the fact that NiP are just rotating hard on to be at that point. They're telling themselves, listen, if there are that many bodies mid setting up the double incendiary, setting up the flashes, pushing up aggro, there has to be a weakness that we can exploit here on the B site. That timing, by the way, the second flash that ZTR peeks behind is brutal. It just pops right as Innocent wants to take the peek. It's so clean, and that's definitely something that NiP have practiced. And so right now I feel like there's just a difference in preparation between the two teams. You can see that NiP They continue to be that polished machine that just works so well. Whereas Anonymo right now, the scrappiness, it's getting them rounds, but it's not going to get them the win.
Surely they see something on the radar here. I could see Key's head on both. Yep, they realize it now. I don't think they saw it on their screens, but the radar must have given it away there. And this is another quick dismantling of Anonymo. Plopsky's been really fast on the trade frags towards B when necessary, like lightning fast, to just keep that space open for Ninjas in Pajamas.
So that's his job. If ZTR is going to run in first, he's got to be right on his heels. So if ZTR goes down, right, he gets killed by barrels, boom, Plopsky's there to trade that kill, and you maintain the man advantage and roll onto the bomb side as the T side. So we should expect to see very clean pacing like that from NiP. They should be right behind each other, ready to help, and you can see it again here. Nice attempt, though. No, he's going to do a little bit more, but that is going to be another round on the board for NiP, and NiP right now are just crushing. They are just crushing this Polish team.
I have to acknowledge that Device is progressing as a skin connoisseur with presumably almost unlimited budget. We're seeing some very tasty items in the inventory. That knife is spicy. That M9 spiderweb. Look at it. Look at that. I am ever so slightly
he's got no
jealous.
gloves.
Just a little bit.
He's got no gloves, though. Where are the gloves, Bartle?
Well, Snacks has landed an AWP shot, so that's a good start. I know he's looking for some very specific withered gloves. I don't know what they're called.
Okay.
But he has put notice out on Twitter about them.
Snacks is having a round. It's a good time for him to wake up. His team is not really having that impact 40 ADR right now from Snacks. Hardly any utility damage. So he needs to start waking up if the team are going to be able to pull through here in this 15th round. But we're back into a 3-on-3. NiP doing a very good job of just keeping their cool. This perfect timing! Man, that's so frustrating.
Yeah, that's the bomb. That's a big pickup. And Anonymo, you got two choices here. One is to try and defend the bomb. The other one is to fall back and defend the bomb site, because NiP don't know if there are CTs lurking or not, so regardless of where Anonymo go, they still have to try and carefully retrieve the bomb, which does kill some time for them. Anonymo will choose a two-man setup on the bomb site itself, and a rotation looking very unlikely at this point. That clock ticking, and we can see Innocent with an off angle towards Connector. Minio still curious, though, with 25 seconds on the clock. He's going to have a look and give up the kill there, leaving his teammate alone on the bomb side. That's very curious, considering the position. Maybe not trusting each other. I don't know. Key now trying. He's got a lot to do, and that's very unfortunate indeed. Innocent now with 6 HP and a 1 versus 2. The trajectory gives a position away from both these players, in fact. Creeping through the smoke now, but ZTR's waiting for him. And it will be just 3 rounds in the half for Anonymo. NiP smashing them from start to finish. More Counter-Strike to come after this break. Anonymo maybe giving away a slight advantage in that last round, leave the CT side with a mere 3 rounds on the board. Looking a little puggy at times. We'll see what they can do on the T side. Again, in that interview with Freya, there was mention of mid to late round being a potential issue for them, people having different ideas and so on. So we'll see if they can synchronize here on Overpass.
There's no op to drop, so I don't know why NiP are thinking that this is going to be a rush B. But there we go. There we have it. 4 players on B site for NiP right now. Device was spotting out mid, trying to get an idea of things. He hasn't seen anybody, but Plopsky clearing out sewers, clearing out that area might actually give this away. Anonymo have just spread across the entire map, and they're setting themselves up. So there's not going to be any early aggression out of either team here. It's going to be just feeling each other out.
Can see Innocent creeping in the bogs with the P250. No disabled access in these toilets. I have alerted Valve to no response, of course. Oh, we've got some stereo frags across the map for Ninjas in Pajamas. That's a lovely flick from Device. He's definitely coming into this one warm. Kylar and Minho left, and it is death by paper cuts. My God. 4 kills for Device on the A-bomb site in his first game for Ninjas in Pajamas. Massive smile on his face.
Dude, how triggered are you if you're Astralis right now? You're just like, so they get Anonymo, huh? I mean, some of these teams, their first round matchup was just utterly brutal. FaZe G2, I mean, just can't catch a break. And you got NiP over here, just like, yeah. So about that first round, Anonymo, they're putting up a fight. They're trying to. Right now, it's going to be the 4 spy straight up rush B. 3 players here for NiP.
Oh, super blind. Hampus, though, has got help from Plopsky. And Kylar and Innocent remain. I don't think a bomb plant is likely. Device is here as well. Instant fallback from NiP when those first grenades came through. But it has cost him 2 players at least.
It has, and Innocent is not going to be around for very long. That's right, James. Leave the phone on the floor. They're not going to be around for very long. 3 players here at B. Innocent kind of stuck, and he is dead. MP9 picking up the kill. Bonus money in the pocket. NiP looking very comfortable indeed right now on this CT side. And, well, they get to have all the options.
I think Mirage is looking less likely now.
Perhaps, yeah.
But
it's worthwhile. I mean, is it worth mentioning that this is actually NiP's pick?
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Overpass, it doesn't seem like it's a very strong pick for Anonymo. It could be a stronger pick for NiP, and so Anonymo is saying, well, we'll just have to get the job done on Nuke and Mirage.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you're looking at playing a series of 3 maps, and that's fair enough. So we'll see what they're able to bring, but this one's not over just yet, and well, it's getting a bit closer though. More action towards this tunnel. Lovely choke point for the CTs to spray. Seems like it'll be a fast eco round. Indeed it will be. Game point for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Nice try there, Hampus. Trying to get those eco frags. Gotta pump the stats. Gotta get more kills. Poor Plopsky, man. He's still kind of lagging. 8 kills for him. He's been missing out on the action. ZTR top fragging on the map. Gonna bump those numbers up. He's even in the last 6 months, he's still not quite at a 1.0 rating on the map. So definitely, if it's going to be a home map for him, he needs maps like these to, pump those numbers up a little bit. It is going to be a buy, and they are going to have just enough for some Galils. And there's a bullet to care of Rez. Snacks has had... It's been a very difficult map, let's say, for Snacks.
Yeah, it's been awful, let's be honest. But... again, sometimes you've got to get the derp out of your system, and maybe this map is the one to do it. Doesn't look stronger for Anonymo anyway, so if they can come into map number 2 with a fresh attitude and some stronger team play, then that might just be enough.
Indeed. Indeed. Well, we're going to get to see how things go here on Nuke. We'll get to see how the Ninjas have decided to implement Device as well on the map with that AWP. It's going to be interesting to see how he's playing out there with Hampus. I think all hope right now lies on Anonymo having something special prepared for Nuke, their map pick.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say there was minimal resistance here on Overpass, but perhaps for Anonymo the game has just begun. We'll find out when we head to Nuke, but before we do, it'll be a break and then the thoughts on the desk. We'll see you soon.
this one with a bang. 16-3 over Anonymo. Highly one-sided here on Ninja's pick of Overpass. Do you have any takeaways from this besides the fact that Device and the new roster looks pretty darn good right now, Maui?
I think this might just show the quality difference between Anonymo against Tier 2 competition and Anonymo facing a Tier 1 opponent. And NiP, they look well drilled right now. And that being said, I think that this team is, they're coming into form in the right way. This is a good kind of just litmus test for them as they start Flashpoint 3.
Yeah, for Anonymo, missing some shots early on in the game really just seemed to snowball in terms of individual performances. And beyond that, I mean, NiP was just straight up bullying both the playground over towards A, just control for Fountain. Anonymo was very willing to contest it. NiP, having none of it, was continuously retaking this area. And it seemed at B, there was no answer either. Of course, the scoreline suggests that at 16-3. It was an absolute blowout.
Well, Lex, what was the most impressive facet of NiP's performance to you now that we've had one map to see their new lineup?
I think it was just the pure confidence when going into sites. We saw Plopsky, Rez, these guys that, you know, could absolutely be playing more disciplined, choosing not to. Getting in the face of Anonymo was continuously being, you know, unchecked. If you're able to just press up that forward and trade those frags out consistently, I mean, 16-3 kind of tells it all.
Yeah, and just so you guys are aware, if you missed it, tech delay on that first map was a result of some routing issues that we did have between NiP and the server. Looks like it was not affecting them too terribly much, but hopefully we will not have that issue going into the next map here in this series. Now, we do have a couple of rounds that you guys wanted to highlight. There were some interesting Molly kills in round 8, Maui. Do you want to walk us through that one?
Yeah, so actually Innocent in his interview with Freya talked about how they had some tricks up their sleeves, and I think they might have been showing that to us here. Rez 100-0 through Molotov damage, and I think that little trick, so the way they did it and set it up was that they actually did a run boost from pretty much out of CT spawn, and then they threw 2 deep mollies, and usually the mollies are structured just a little bit differently, and you could see in that round that Rez actually took the ultimate punishment because he was not aware of what was coming.
Yeah, NiP had answers for it. I mean, obviously control over that playground area in Fountain was continuously battled and usually won by NiP, but I think one kind of silver lining that you could take away from Anonymo is just their willingness to be able to take that aggression, get in the faces of NiP, knowing that their underdogs certainly can lend towards, you know, maybe playing a little bit more passive and over-respecting your opponents. We've already seen that here at Flashpoint, but, I mean, it didn't pan out here in any kind of a positive way for Anonymo.
Well, I think this is going to be a little bit tough for them. Obviously, we didn't even know what kind of form NiP would be in. I guess the answer is really good. Really good, yeah. Very scary. And a really good example of that is going to be round 15, where it looked like Anonymo was actually going to be able to take this round at the end of the half, but Ninjas in Pajamas just come swinging back in.
Yeah, Anonymo electing to get some connector control, kind of changing things up, you know, desperate to find something that's going to work here against NiP, and, you know, despite getting up numbers advantage early on, just stealing the round back away, ZTR and Rez, regrouping back towards B, coming through Monster, and one after another, Anonymo falls.
Yeah, it showed that Anonymo in that round in particular, they had to be a little bit random, had to be kind of gambly in order to find those sort of advantages, and then NiP was still able to slow the situation down, draw off of their experience, and just, you know, isolate the duels to end it out.
Yeah, I mean, and that kind of lends to, you know, the conversation about map control, just being able to dominate all points of contention for, you know, against Anonymo means, okay, ZTR can really slow the game down like you're talking about and be in control. NiP never seemed surprised at any kind of flanks, any kind of rehashes on terms of retaking map control. It never really seemed to pan out for Anonymo.
Well, you wanted to talk a little bit about ZTR, Maui, because he was, I think, your biggest question mark coming into this. So what was impressive to you about his performance, and what does it mean for NiP at the rest of this RMR event?
I think one thing that NiP has done really well, at least on Overpass, is that it looks like ZTR is becoming more of an entry fragger. He's taking a lot of those opening duels. They're using their structure, utility to try to set him up, and even if he doesn't get the opening kill, there's always a player behind him, it feels like. In this game in particular, the utility is all that needed to happen. I mean, he was finding those openings time and time again, and the thing is that if he's popping off, if your entry fragger is popping off, that just means your game plan is going very well. And so we can see that NiP right now came into this one with a clear plan, clear structure, and ZTR reaped the rewards because of it.
Nothing really to add. I mean, it just seemed like total confidence out of NiP, and maybe that's the morale boost of having Device on your side. But considering all 5 of the players are performing, I mean, that's good news for NiP for sure.
What is the ceiling, do you guys think, of this NiP team? Bearing in mind that the sample size is still very low. Is this a team that could be challenging for first place at Flashpoint 3?
Yeah, I think with Device, the sky's the limit at this point, actually. If ZTR, I mean, my biggest question mark was ZTR, but if they're just going to use him in such a way that they develop a lot of structure so that his entry jobs are a little bit easier if he's able, on the CT side, which we didn't get to see much of, to just kind of play his spots and let players like Device and Plopsky kind of take those openers and he just can play back a little bit more to his comfort, then NiP do have a shot at winning this whole tournament. But it's still early days. It's just one map thus far, and Anonymo probably not the toughest of opponents they could have matched up against.
Yeah, I mean, you said we only seen one map of Counter-Strike so far. Still the rest of the series to play. Beyond that, though, I mean, I think I had NiP pretty high up on my own power rankings, and maybe I, was worried about feeling like a fool. Maybe they come out here flat. Maybe Device doesn't work out at all, and this is an abysmal performance out of them, But, I think the rest of the series, as analysts go, you and I both, Maui, are probably suggesting that this is NiP, potentially a 2-0 here. I mean, this is going over to the Anonymo's map pick. So we'll see.
So let's talk about Nuke and Anonymo's map pick. What are your expectations? You guys thought this draft was pretty good for Anonymo, all things considered. So what does it mean to see them on Nuke in map number 2?
I mean, to me, it just seems like, okay, we've already seen a few different Nuke picks where, the team picking into it is very prepared coming into it. They've done their homework and they've refined their executes to the point where, they're going to be in control of the game. Maybe this is a world where they win pistol, they start off strong, and they run away with it.
It's possible. I think Anonymo would have had to do a lot of anti-stratting, but the problem is that when you have Device versus Knock, you just can't really do that as much. Yeah, it's not an easy job. The thing is that what I'm going to be looking for most from Anonymo in this game is probably what Snax is able to bring, because I noticed that if they have a good enough T side, which they'll start on, and they go to that CT side, Snax has a lot of responsibility towards outside, and if he's not able to match up with the aggressive smokes, the plays from NiP towards that sector of the map, it can get pretty hairy pretty quickly for the rest of his team.
You mentioned not having seen the CT side before. Do you think there's going to be any kind of differences in NiP's game plan on the movement from Knock to Device when it comes to Nuke or any of the other CT sides that we've seen?
Yeah, they usually would set up Plopsky, Hampus to go for opening picks a lot of the time. Not only did I mention in the pregame that Knock had a bad success rate on opening duels at many of the tournaments, but he had a very low attempt rate as well. And it's something that I really hated about NiP's overall structure, is that it was frequently the rifles that were taking the initiative, and now Device has been a guy that he knows exactly when he should be going for opening picks, and he feels it in those big moments that, okay, my team needs some kind of just some breathing room here. I'm going to look for something, and if he can always take charge like that in any given moment, then NiP they might breeze through this, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just covered everything that needs to be covered, and the only thing I would say is on the kind of a opposite end of the spectrum for his teammates, just being able to have that confidence that your opper, the guy who you're going to have almost being a little bit more loose and maybe doing his own thing in some rounds, going to get openings for your squad. I mean, just having that knowing that it's going to be taken care of, he's going to hit his shots, he's going to put you in a 5v4. I mean, there's no greater feeling than just having that relief of okay, I don't need to find an entry, I don't need to do anything crazy for my squad to get into this round. That's what Device is there for.
All right, well, we do have confirmation. Players are ready to get into our second map of the day here. Ninjas in Pajamas will be looking to close it out with a 2-0. Anonymo trying to get back into it on their own pick of Nuke. So welcome back, Bardolph and Settler.
Well then, hopefully the game will begin now in this second map for Anonymo, because it didn't really ever get off the ground there on Overpass.
Begin and continue.
Yes.
Yes. It began last time.
It did begin in the pistol. They did win the pistol, and then that was about it. So I'm hoping to see something, but they're going to be starting on the T side of Nuke. So they're going to have to do this the real hard way.
Well, There is that way to look at it. There's also the way that they get to set the pace now. They don't have to wait around for NiP to run their stuff. They don't have to deal with that side. They can just get in here. They can have a prepared pistol strategy that they've run a bunch of times. They've played Nuke a lot in the last 3 months. And so they 15 wins, 12 losses on Nuke in the last 3 months. Anonymo should be comfortable on this map, and there's a reason why they picked it. They should have a chance.
Got very specific grenades being lined up. Mollies as well. This is a heavy utility pistol round. Julies will be denied, and in go Anonymo into this A bomb side. This is looking great for them so far. 4 versus 1 as Plopsky's wondering what's happened to his teammates. Still has the high ground. Got himself a headshot at the very least. Now 3 versus 1. Looks like Kyler might be moving away with the bomb, considering going down the vent. He's only got 29 HP, so this could be real awkward if he actually tries to commit to this. Plopsky unsure as to what to do, and he is surrounded at the back. There is a pistol round for Anonymo. Well, they won the first pistol in the previous game, got reset. Let's see what they can do on this occasion.
Yeah, both pistols, they were, clean idea behind it. Clearly something that they've run a bajillion times and that they've practiced quite a bit. They all know what they need to do. And so it's on NiP to react at that point. And the only thing that NiP can hope to do at that point are just hit crazy headshots. And, well, that didn't happen for NiP. So Anonymo ready for it. And now they get to go ahead and have that strong start again. Like you said, last time around, however, NiP won that follow-up round. But NiP were on the T side then, so they could run a strategy that they would like and that they could get control of. Now NiP have to react to Anonymo. And so I think that Anonymo should actually be able to start chaining some rounds together here on this T side, and we can actually see what this team is capable of. Yeah, get out of there, Rez.
It's a good start for Anonymo. 4 more players to find. Device has left himself $700 in the hole.
Actually, really not too shabby in terms of stats for Anonymo on this map.
Oh, they were really lining up there. I like that sticker on the print stream. Looks pretty good. The NiP sticker.
I'll ignore that.
Hey man, it was hard. Like that old logo, it was difficult to apply it tastefully to a weapon, I found. So in that respect, I think the pop of color is arguably an improvement.
Okay. What about the shape? Are you a fan then of this new logo? You're a fan of this new logo?
It's not my favorite logo, but I don't hate it.
Okay.
So I don't know what I would do if I had to like redesign an NiP logo. I'm not sure what I would do with it. But at least the color has more pop to it, whereas the other one was a bit dark.
They have definitely gone in that direction. Yeah, the lime green.
Yeah.
Really pop out there. And nice shot in the end. And he will survive. So they get to hold on to the deagle. Hampus gets to hold on to that deagle going into the next round. He'll be happy about that. The usual spray battle going on in front of Squeak. And, well, as far as the start is concerned, this is ideal for Anonymo. They've done exactly what they set out to do, and it should continue for them here because this is now a hard eco coming up for NiP. And so NiP not really investing too much in this round. Device setting himself for that AWP in the following. And, well, Anonymo should just see some straight-up bullying tactics coming in from them now.
Very interested to see what the first buy round looks like for both squads. For now, we've got the Desert Eagles and P250s for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Anonymo maybe considerably more comfortable on Nuke, but again, the real test is yet to come here on this T side. That's just over a minute away. But anti-eco is also important, especially in terms of pacing. If an NiP are to have numbers alive for a while, then the clock will become a concern for Anonymo in terms of bomb plant pressure and such. Lots of grenades being deployed. I know that no one is at the CT vent for now, and they've breached the ramp, heading towards the B bomb site. You can see Keys looking for that rotation, trying to cover that vent. He has got an AK though, so he could become a target. In the meantime, Device is just entertaining, delaying that bomb plant. You can see Minho still holding angles on him, and he also has the bomb.
Well, that smoke is unfortunate. NiP were ready to just pop that door open. Now, however, 4 players going at it.
That's a really brazen open plant. Not completely covered by the MAC-10 on the ramp there. So they do lose a player kind of for free, Anonymo. 4 versus 3 is now made even, and things are going kind of difficult. Well, the AK's been taken away, so Rez now in a 1 versus 2, trying to get that 1v1. So there are some awkward moments there for Anonymo. Certainly that plant was questionable with no smoke in control and some angles to be had for Ninjas in Pyjamas. But it's a clean sheet for now. And again, the first test for Anonymo, the first real test is here. AWP out for Device. AWP for Minio, 4 AKs for the remainder of the squad.
Snacks off didn't last long, did it?
I wonder if this is by design or based on performance. We shall see. Oh, Device, I think he caught a little of that jump peak, but he's not going to stay in the same position for too long.
Right now he's just hoping that somebody's going to peek. He's just getting massive info. Not seeing any movement yet. Minute 15, and Anonymo should come around that corner. There it is.
Single scope, respect. Oh, and there it is. As you said, double scope, and you can't see all those angles there. It's a nice kill from him, and he immediately rotates the AWP to a different position. But as we can see, there's big presence on the outside. Hampus will drop the bomb and fall away. Kylo looks like he was kind of taken by surprise there. And it is becoming a shooting gallery now for Ninjas in Pyjamas. 5 versus 3. No response from Anonymo. Snacks has rescued the bomb, but can they rescue a round out of this? Innocent looks up just as Rez peeks out. And that's great timing from Rez as well. Rather than holding the angle all the time, he peeks every 7 seconds or so. False sense of security equals a free frag for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Still with 500 HP in this round. Snacks will not see the CT moving behind him. Makes his way to decon. Potentially a bomb plant in this, but maybe not. Well, they do 0 damage in that round, Anonymo, in the first buy round. So indeed, the real test has begun, Semler.
And Device really locking it down. We're going to get the replay here. Patiently playing in the yard. This is exactly where we expect to see Device opping. He likes to play from the garage most of the time, and then otherwise, I mean, he just goes right through all of his comfort spots there, you know? Garage, and then he goes up to the top, gets that bird's eye view, and really just maximizes the long line that this AWP offers him of control in the outer space. And so, little molly there just to let things know. And a hard eco coming in here from Anonymo.
Really hard. Pure Glocks.
I like it. Go and say hi to Plopsky. He's got an A4 though, so it should be possible for him to get an Eco Cobra moment here. A little timeout actually just getting called here. But there we go. Anonymo now going to be running right on through, and we are going to get Plopsky putting himself in a position to just mow him down.
Oh, Device has come for support as well. Just the right time. That's a great 3-man spray down. And there's the bomb. USP to finish off. Not expecting some Kevlar, so you can't just go for the headshots here. Burst fire from Minio. That's curious because Device is very far away, but maybe he thought he was closer. Anyway.
Must have thought he was low.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get that second round now on the board for NiP, and this is it. No AWP this time for Anonymo. So expecting some closer pressure coming in from these guys now that they can actually get rolling with it.
Perhaps avoiding Device makes more sense than challenging him at this point. Because they really were sitting ducks for him.
I mean,
you can see Device trying to thwart the early grenades on the outside from Anonymo. They didn't really come this time, just the first one, the initial one, if you will. There's a focus towards the ramp. Maybe allowing Device to keep his eyes on the smoke outside. They can try and use numbers towards this ramp. Great preemptive flashbang from Plopsky. Kind of looking at plays towards Hell. So ramp's been taken by Anonymo. They'll want to keep a player on the lobby at least in case of aggression from the CT side. Now, what is their second play?
I mean, good communication coming in here from NiP as well. Device has to shift over to watch ramp now from outside, and Rez moves to main so that he can keep control of yard and watch Device's flank. So some good comms coming through here from the Ninjas, making sure that there are no gaps for Anonymo to take advantage of if they were to be moving out in the yard.
This is a very awkward position for Plopsky, and his help has just been, well, has it been eliminated? I'm not sure. Down he goes. You can see Rez now taking control of control. The rotation's already on the way. Maybe a flank later on. Rez trying to find a gap at the edge of that smoke. Nothing doing just yet. You can see Device going for some wallbangs into the site. Those wallbangs go in both directions, of course. You can spray the vents. ZTR with 2, and this is becoming difficult for Anonymo, or is it? Rez now 1v3. Finds one close to double doors, but he will be subject to spray from multiple players. And after numbers towards the ramp, Anonymo continue towards the B bomb site, and they do find success. Very expensive round for Ninjas in Pajamas.
That is just so fortunate that he manages to get that kill on Hampus. That throws everything out of whack. Plopsky with no support on the lower side, of course, is just going to get swarmed. So failure to perform there. But we'll see. They do have the money for the AWP again. They do have plenty in the bank, NiP, after their 2 dominant rounds, and so they will not just fall straight into an eco territory. Although Anonymo, perhaps thinking that it could be a low economy situation. Look at this peek from Device, you mad lad.
Absolutely clean. Dumps a smoke grenade. Not much for Anonymo to do now. You can see a focus towards the vent. Nice spray. Rez with a transfer. There'll be a trade through the smoke, but it's not looking terrible for NiP now. 4 versus 3. Still with control of the A bomb site. Anonymo may realize that there was a player who made his way down the vent. That's Device with the AWP, of course. Just waiting for a play to be made, and now he'll start to rotate. So we're looking at a plan B or a plan C for Anonymo, and this is where, from the interview of Innocent and Freya, that maybe they're going to have some issues, differing opinions on what to do. Of course, with the general struggles of being in a less than ideal situation. This juncture of the round, minute on the clock. You can see Hampus with the off angle. This is going to be a tough one for Anonymo.
They have time. They have 50 seconds. But yes, Hampus is holding main, and Squeak at the same time sees that smoke go by. And, oh, but still managing to pick up the kill. A double as well. Way more than he should get. 1 for 1, fine. But a double kill, that is a huge play from Hampus.
Carla's got to try and jiggle for information. ZTR's playing the off angle up top. They're simply playing for the bomb plant. Kyla's got so many angles to check. T-vent, CT vent, Squeaky, all the off angles from those places, and ZTR will eventually spot him. Too many angles to deal with. Ninjas in Pajamas stabilized. 3 players survive. And that was a chance for Anonymo to break Ninjas in Pajamas. If they could have put them on eco, then they could get a really juicy score from this half. But instead, they are on the edge of an eco, and it seems it will be a force buy. So we've got some rifles coming out, including a Galil Firmino, but not everybody will have the luxury of a primary weapon.
I was curious if we were going to see some kind of quick strategy coming out here from Anonymo. Straight down secret, apply maximum pressure. Could be an option. Hampus is going to be close main. Device not in a position to take... oh, no, they managed to gap it. The incendiary screws up their smoke wall. Very cool to see it work so well, and that just utterly destroys the entire strategy for Anonymo. They cannot get past the gap. They have to deal with the AWP and Hampus.
Yeah, they weren't willing to, as soon as they saw that gap, they weren't willing to move on anymore. But the double peak, elevated position, will get their first kill of the round. Moving to weapons around now. Snacks goes Deagle only, as he's only got 11 HP. Can't really take a fight. But what do they do? Anonymo. 2 flashes and an incendiary. What plan will they put together? They've got to MacGyver some kind of idea here. You can see the aggression from Ninjas in Pajamas as they've emerged into the lobby position.
You have so much ground you need to cover now if you're Anonymo. How do you even get back into lobby?
Yeah, Device still has a laser outside as well, so they know they have to be close because there's nowhere else that they could be. Rez gets the bomb carrier, and again, there's no one to trade, really. Kylar just staring at the wall here, spots the barrel of Rez, gives his position away, and here's ZTR creeping, but Snacks will catch him. You can spray through this wall as well. As you can see, Anonymo hoping for a kill. 24 seconds now, and there's just too many CTs, too many angles, too much disadvantage for Anonymo, and the score is tied.
Well done on NiP keeping their cool in that situation, and that's just... I mean, again, you see these the players, they throw these Molotovs out by the Big Red container in the yard to try and screw up the smoke wall that the terrorists are trying to put up so that they can get to the stairs and get down into the lower bomb site. So that's one of those rare examples where it works perfectly, where there's just a huge gap in the wall, and you can see just how completely that screws up Anonymo's strategy.
Score-wise, Anonymo are doing okay. Because they won that pistol in the consecutive rounds, they've got 4 of 8 rounds on the T side. So that's definitely given them some breathing room, and we can see how important that pistol round was in the way that Ninjas in Pyjamas have been winning the round since. And again, it's eco territory for Anonymo. Mostly Glock snacks with a P250. Some raised armor penetration. Plopsky again with a very difficult task. Drop some flames on the ramp. That should activate some kind of rotation. You can see that Hampus is also downstairs. Device target practice around the hell position. We've got the flicks as well. He's got help from up top soon, down to the USP, and he's going to try and get that last kill, but Rez will steal it. No damage done by Anonymo, but it is what it is. 5-4.
The fist bumps go around. Nice dodge on the anti-eco, and it's looking like these guys are dialed in and ready to go. Definitely hit their stride after overpass as we get a tactical timeout called by Anonymo. And you mentioned the pistol round and the rounds that they were able to get off of the back of that. The pistol round on the T side, right, you can really set it up. You can have a strategy that you've revised and prepared for that moment where everybody knows exactly what they're supposed to do. Well, this should be a similar scenario now where you're going to have fairly decent money. You should be able to get coordinated on what it is that you actually want to run in here. So far, so good picking up ramp control. So they have that going for him right now. Is there anything that they can play off of that? Because Plopsky, he's taking these pot shots and falling back immediately. Ooh, NiP extending the timeout. Yeah, are we just going to have it back and forth like this? Or actually, would have to check the rule book. Pretty sure they should be able to extend timeouts indefinitely. If they wanted to use 4 timeouts in a row, they could.
I hope they don't.
I mean, obviously, yeah, it would just be agonizing. But I think it is a thing. You could do that, technically. But of course, these are the RMR rule set. This is the Valve Major rule set, so it could be different from the usual tournament rules that we have.
Device looking real sharp. With the aim in general, from the beginning of this series to now, lovely to see the flicks there. 10-4 is Device at the moment. Top fragging for the CT side and top fragging on the server. Looks like he may be going for an aggressive play here, Device, with the AWP. Oh, no, just going downstairs. Thought maybe it was a cheeky ramp play towards lobby, but in fact it's not. So we're seeing some earlier smokes from Anonymo, it seems. Haven't seen too much of this just yet, but again, Device is in the perfect position. Maybe a step ahead of his opponent, looking for a peek up top on the silo. Snacks being careful, but for how long? Device on fire, and there's a glorious, delicious headshot onto Key. They cannot avoid him, regardless of the utility. They will hit a rotation, though, as they try to focus on the A bomb site. Minio trying to trade for his teammate. He'll be able to do that at the very least. But again, ZTR in that same position, getting one more kill. Plopsky coming through to help his teammates, leaving Snacks to wonder what could have been. His shadow may be spotted there on that main position. And he won't get much done either. Number 6 on the board for Ninjas in Pyjamas. And again, very key for Anonymo when they eventually go to the CT side that they won the pistol, because it has been 6 of 7 rounds for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Plopsky always ready to help his teammates. Just, he's out there, man.
But he's the guy who seems to really just be throwing himself into the mix at all times now for the team. The team needed that kind of dirty work guy, the cleaner who's going to show up and do everything that nobody else wants to do. And whereas before they really relied heavily on him for frags, now that you've got Rez who's starting to feel his game again, and you've got the Vice on the AWP, maybe there's not as much pressure on Plopsky and he can finally start having fun with the game again.
Hold on a second. Might be a bomb plant in this. There's a smoke as well to try and isolate the fights. Plopsky doing his best to slow things down and delay. You can see Device creeping as well with the Desert Eagle, but down he goes. Hold on a second. Could this be an unlikely round for Anonymo? Perhaps not now if Minio stuck at CT vent. Look how expensive it is, though. 3 players dead. Ninjas in Pyjamas aren't short of money, but if Anonymo could just string some rounds together, then... I mean, 8 rounds is possible here. It is possible. Maybe not probable, but we'll be optimists. The 5 AKs will be out for Anonymo. Again, they're really struggling to avoid Device, who is now 11-5. Wall of smokes outside and around Prior, and up secret goes Device. What for this round? Again, we've got those early Molotovs, those incendiaries from Ninjas in Pyjamas to try and thwart any early grenades from Anonymo outside, any early smokes. There won't be one on this occasion. Nice pop flash, but there's no Mouse 1 response from Anonymo. Device now with the AWP on the ramp, and I thought he was going to make a play such as this in the round prior. Anonymo just biding their time. 4 Molotovs, 5 smokes, and we can see the grenades starting to be selected now by the Polish squad.
Going to get the wall up outside, and then that puts Key in a position to be able to maneuver around them, perhaps catch somebody peeking for information. But Rez, dude, this aggression from Rez, does this work? Innocent. They're going to be coming around, and he's got somebody there to trade immediately. Oh, Rez, so nasty that he gets out of there. Unbelievable. Not going to find the follow-up. No help from anybody on the upper side. He was on his own.
Yeah, he's seen the bomb, though. This is a very key flank from Key, no pun intended. I can't believe I did that. Still 2 players on the A bomb site, both with high ground advantage. Plopsky can run distraction, and ZTR still here, but they'll both get popped. And Anonymo have a real chance now at the 5th round, draining the money for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
That is interesting. What was going on with the comms on NiP's side that he was not able to get any support? No flash, no smoke, no nothing to help him out. Because he could have got out of there for free res. And yet he ended up having to take another fight, and that at a disadvantage. He's not going to have the peeker's advantage there. And so just a nasty sort of scenario there for Rez. Definitely expected some form of help to come in from the teammates. So a little bit of an error there from NiP, costing them an advantage in the round, and that ends up really throwing things out of whack. As we can see, Anonymo collecting their 5th round in this T side.
Yeah, this is a huge opportunity for them now. They really have to get a consecutive round here. Because if they do, then there's a very real target of 8 rounds on a T side for Anonymo. But they need to stop these early picks by Ninjas in Pyjamas. And look at how much map control Device has. Whether he gets a kill or not, that can really allow NiP to concentrate elsewhere. No challenge outside whatsoever. The pace changing from Anonymo, flashes towards the ramp, and there's personnel as well. Casimiro taking position. Now, will they pursue? It's been really awkward for Plopsky on that B bomb site, but Key's just crept into A in the meantime, looking for that second kill, but Device is ready. This will pull NiP out of position, though, leaving Plopsky with less support than he might have liked. Smokes towards control. They really need a rotation into his Pyjamas. Plopsky trying to avoid getting traded. Bought some time for the rotation. Hamper's coming in from the back as well. Trades continue. 2 versus 2. Minute on the clock. Got Molly's in control as well. Smoke is still up as bombs getting planted.
But these smokes are clearing. There's a window now for NiP to stop this from happening.
Oh boy. Snack's going for the fake. The no scope from Device doesn't quite land, and back he goes towards that B bomb site. Has enough information for a quick plant. Rez won't have an angle just yet, but takes out the cover. That leaves Snacks in a 1 versus 2. Now he has to deliver, but Device won't allow him to fire a single shot.
Very well played there. I like it from Anonymo as well, though. They've managed to condition Plopsky to start falling back to that lower site immediately, rather than going for any shenanigans. Plopsky, he's constantly falling back to the site, and so Anonymo started to figure that out and said, okay, we can start pushing down to the bomb site together as a group. We won't get challenged before we actually make our exit out. Still, Plopsky managing to find a kill there is huge. Perhaps they expected him to be holding bottom left towards the cranny there, towards the nook, instead of on the right. But that's a rough turn of events for Anonymo, because it feels like they're getting a read on the situation. It's just the post plant, or once the dust settles, they're not able to get out ahead.
I think he was just spotted there. Device heard the shot, and he knows they're expecting him now, and chooses to fall back immediately, very far back. But again, this could slow the approach for Anonymo. You can see one by T-Red already. Oh, that was a chance.
Freebie.
A rare miss from Device. Bomb spotted outside as well. Focusing now on T-Red. You can see Key there. Ooh, we have smokes from Anonymo. They're holding on to 3 at present. Just creeping outside with the guns at the moment.
It's so surprising to see Device miss free kills like that. He's so consistent normally at hitting just the easy ones, That's what makes him so good. So an unforced error that's a pretty rare thing for Device. And he's given up yard quite a bit, playing all the way back from spawn.
You can see he's unsure as to what has potentially been compromised. But that Molotov may tell a story towards Secret. He'll see that. Could give him an idea of where people are and aren't. But again, they don't have the best angles. Suddenly there's all the footsteps towards the ramp. The AUG is out, cutting them down like trees in the forest. 3 kills and the bomb. That is outstanding from Plopsky. Melting them with the AUG. You can see Kylar trying to catch a rotation now and create something for his team. Had a chance on Rez, but was shooting the gun rather than the head. Now Snacks again in a 1 versus 4. Easily dispatched of at the end there by Ninjas in Pyjamas, who survive with 4. 9-5 on their CT side.
Yeah, pure frustration here for Anonymo, who cannot seem to get anything going. Even when they're giving big opportunities to get through, the spacing was good. It's just that clever off angle from Plopsky bought him just enough time. You can see it's a nice spot to hide behind, and it's just not common to see anybody holding there. Anonymo may even be just expecting him to be playing from ramp and ready to back off. Again, trying to play off that information. And so Plopsky, the veteran, changing it up, realizing that perhaps he was getting a bit predictable there. Works wonders. And now, well, 5-on-5, forced by from Anonymo. Not a whole lot to work with, and so they're going for a lot of aggression on the upper side.
Yeah, Rez is getting 1v1s for free here. It's a good start. Key, with a stroke of luck, perhaps, gets a nice upgrade as well. 3-on-3 as Anonymo looks for one last round in his first half. You see Key playing off of those shots as well, running back into the hands of Hampus. 2-on-2, fast-moving round now as Plopsky's got 15 HP in a 1 versus 2. They're not entirely sure where he is, but they'll soon find out. But Snacks has a nice angle, I'm sure. You see Minho looking around, and there it is. 6 rounds for Anonymo, maybe more than we were expecting. Again, the pistol round was key, and that gives them a chance as they move towards the second half. This is their pick of nuke, and maybe we'll find out why after the break. The Julies are out again, this time in the hands of Kylar, who also has a HE grenade. Double HEs in a defuse kit on a CT pistol is very unorthodox. Normally you'd see a smoke and a defuse kit, so Anonymo seem to have a hard idea of what NiP's intentions are, and we'll see if that's correct. Some utility from NiP as well, thrown towards the A bomb site, but it seems that B, or ramp at least, are the intentions. But again, they're baiting Anonymo all over the shop. Those HEs have been deployed by Anonymo. So showed some presence at A, showed some presence at ramp, and back into A they go. But there are still 3 players here for Anonymo, and they've got to find this crossfire. Indeed, they will. Device jumping circles next to the blue box. Not sure what's going on there, but they got absolutely deleted by Anonymo.
And Kyler with the double dualies. The dualies on top of Hut. NiP tried to pull that off, and it didn't work on their pistol round. And this time around for Kyler, quad kill with the dualies. Sick. That's a feel-good moment.
Noble strat from NiP. Tried to pull rotation towards the B bomb site with the double pump.
Would that be noble, though? That sounds more shifty to me. You know, is it noble to use distracting tactics instead of just going straight forward? You know,
I agree with you.
Sounds like a snake strategy to me.
Absolutely.
Nothing noble about it.
Well then, we have the force buy, the full force buy from Ninjas in Pajamas. Device less concerned with AWP money on a T side here. So nice start from Key with the MP9, and you'll hear the footsteps of Hampus and punish him for them. Early chance for Anonymo to build a bit of cash. 5 versus 3 at present. Again, Nuke is the pick of Anonymo. All right.
Yeah.
Nice, very, very calm shots. Not really distracted by the urgency of Snacks. Delivers the kill. See how much more expensive it can become. Plopsky, he's a bomb carrier. Got to be careful here, but on this occasion, he will be finished off, leaving Device with 28 HP, 28 HP.
He's been chilling out though, dude. Still out here. They know it too, though, so they can just back off, play the range, and there's the kill. So 8th round on the board for Anonymo. And this is going to be a round of eco coming in here from NiP, as that was a force buy. So this was Key at the start. Bopping him. Nicely done. And, well, very straightforward stuff coming in so far. It's the beginning of the half, and so we get to see just how hard of a lockdown are Anonymo able to get. And this is their map pick as well, so keep that in mind. Overpass was a slaughter. NiP just went to work on them. But so far, Anonymo showing perhaps the reason why they were able to actually qualify through, qualify for the event. Get in here and start doing some damage.
Well, they've won both pistol rounds, which is a huge help for them. It's good for about 6 of the 9 rounds that they're heading towards at present. So that could be a false sense of security for us. We shall see once the buy rounds come through how they can defend versus the strategical prowess of Ninjas in Pajamas.
I love that HE. Just the bombardment.
You can throw HE up here from heaven as well.
Dude, I just can't kill him. There we go. Hey, there we go. So, the thing is here that's going to be frustrating is that they lack a bomb plant. And so it's not the... they'll just have to go for AKs. There's no op possible for Device if he wants Kevlar. So we'll get AKs, we'll get nades. Pretty much a full buy coming up here for NiP. Almost said Astralis. It was close. I was thinking of Device. You know, just
Device in pajamas.
Device. Yeah, it's definitely it's a habit that I'm gonna have to break. Device, Astralis, Device, Astralis. No, Device, NiP now. Device, NiP.
Let's see how fast this round is for Ninjas in Pajamas. Again, Device could have left some money for AWP, but he didn't want to, so they were looking for a 5 AK play. And Slacks is back on AWP. So perhaps it depends on map and half who is AWPing. Creeping through the smoke, Hampus will make Anonymo a little more comfortable with a free kill. The remaining 3 heading towards the ramp now. We have an off angle from Minio with the French gun. We'll see how powerful it can be on this occasion. Well, he's made it 2. That's definite progress for Anonymo. 4 versus 2 now, as what's left of NiP has a minute to try and plant the bomb at the very least. And Molly's towards control. Goes way too deep, though, for where the CT is. Not that they can see that. Listen, creeping up just as Device tries to jump in the window. It's looking great for Anonymo right now. Indeed, it will remain great for this round. 4 players alive. Not that much damage done by NiP. They took out a FAMAS. You can see there are now 3 AK-47s and an AWP in the hands of Anonymo. So things are looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, this is looking really solid for Anonymo. And, thing is that as far as Anonymo are concerned, they've just been going to town in the Tier 2 scene. But as far as Anonymo are concerned now in this series, they've got nothing to lose, and so they can play aggressive. They can take those positions like the one that Snacks had with the AWP and Hunt, exactly what Device did. Device has got nothing to fear on an individual level going up against Anonymo, so he can play aggressive with that op. He can try and take those fights. We need to see that same level of an aggression coming out from Anonymo if they're going to be effective against an NiP. So showing that they're not afraid to take fights here on the CT side and that they're not done yet in this series. Plopsky, though. Look at that smoke. Innocent nearly caught out. And there's Plopsky catching out the main man.
Plopsky turret into the A bomb site. Minho, oh, he's looking for the impact frags now. Did he see both players? Because they're lining up for him. He's got to kill. Oh my god, ZTR so fast. There was such huge opportunity to turn things around, but now it's Snacks versus 3 instead. On the ramp. And I'm not sure that there's much else for him to contribute to this round. We'll see what he chooses to do. I can only imagine only one of those NiP players was spotted in the ramp position. Very unfortunate for Anonymo. But because of their good start to this half, they've got a full buy in the hole. Saving the AWP would also help. But it could be a much worse situation for them. You can see the Ninjas playing within an inch of their economy at present. But this will be their first round in the second half in NiP.
Indeed. And as they're starting to get a bit of that information, starting to fish it. Okay, so if you're playing main, there should be a punish possible there. And we can see how they're making adjustments to take advantage of that. Probably going off of, there is a bit of tape to go off of when it comes to Anonymo and the CT side and what they tend to do, but that's mainly against the Tier 2 opponents, the Sinners, the Dignitas, those teams that are out there right now in these online qualifiers and in these online leagues. Those are the teams that Anonymo are playing against right now. And so there's going to be info to go off of there. It's a question of whether or not they're going to change anything or if they're going to fall back into patterns. And, well, if you manage to put a little bit of pressure on a team, they should fall back into patterns, and that's where you should be able to start punishing those patterns because you should be aware of what it is that they're comfortable with going into the match. NiP are a team that will do homework, and they will have a strategy in mind.
All those AKs that Anonymo had swiftly taken away. Snacks now with an aggressive play. Here we go. He has warmed up, it looks like. Maybe just way more comfortable on Nuke rather than Overpass. And Anonymo taking the fight to Ninjas in Pajamas. They're not laying back whatsoever.
Excellent. Exactly what had to happen. And we can get the follow-up peek here. This is sick.
Yeah, ZTR stuck in this angle now. It's the bomb as well.
This is bad news bears here for NiP. They need to do a little bit of damage to the economy. If they all go down, and this is a perfect round for Anonymo, Anonymo's bank is going to recover a little bit, and that's just not going to help things for NiP. Device now has to back off. He has no idea what's going on. Did they push through yard? Is he really going to sit back here for 50 seconds?
It looks like we got a real match.
AK.
It looks like we've got a real match. We have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. I was quite worried on Overpass, but this is a very different kettle of fish entirely.
Yeah, clearly got a game plan. Getting aggressive out here on Nuke. They're more comfortable on Nuke by all means, and that shouldn't really come as too much of a shock. If I remember off the top of my head, they just have an atrocious win rate on, 25% win rate on Overpass for Anonymo. So it's not a strong map for him. NiP clearly had a game plan going into it, and so the punish was there. Now going into the side of Nuke. Anonymo have played Nuke 27 times in the last 3 months. Like they've got a bit of experience on this map.
Odd body. Again, Snacks doing the exact same play, and this is not what you would expect, which is why it's awesome. I love to see the aggression. Hampus is going to be the one creeping around the smoke, deleted by Key. And now that's a lack of information. You can see the focus of the rest of NiP is elsewhere. So Anonymo with some good info, and you can see NiP raising the pace, trying to catch them out of position. Plopsky will chase down towards the B bomb site, but not quite hit the mark there. Minho will stand his ground, and indeed now there's 3 of them that go either side of the smoke, and perhaps there's a chance for NiP.
They smoke down to block off Decon, and now we can get in here. Device also making a bit of noise. No, there it is. Instant shot. Brings it back to a 3-on-3, and the bomb planted. Now they can get into post-plant positions here, NiP, and life can get very difficult for Anonymo. Retaking with an AWP is never fun.
2 defuse kits on the remaining 3 players. Some utility as well, smoking the molly. They can clear out some positions, as we can see. Device and ZTR remain. ZTR with a nice angle for a swing. Can he get both of them? Indeed he can. Headshots, of course. Snacks now alone versus Device and ZTR. That's a deep molly and ZTR's dead. Device just hiding. Needs to try and pick his time wisely. Snacks with a P250, and it's too late for him to win the round, but he can take out all the remaining NiP players.
Just going on the egg hunt right now. Collect all the grenades. But that's a big round for NiP, Bardolph. That makes such a big difference for him, especially considering it went south and Hampus just getting caught out in the yard. I mean, they were at a disadvantage, and they still managed to fight through.
Huge spray down from ZTR. Back and forth now. Perhaps Overpass was a false sense of security for Ninjas in Pajamas. They might have thought this will be an easy sweep, but they certainly have a game on their hands. We're trading rounds now, back and forth the last 4 rounds. And this is a key round for both squads. Money's starting to get lower. Snacks goes down to the vents. Well, instant smoke from Innocent, but instant kill from Device. Minute 30 and NiP start to reposition Snacks. Does he dare go aggressive?
That setup was sick, and now you have 3 straight into ramp. Nice molly to force him off the angle as well. Don't even need to peek key. You can just leave him behind. Now it's going to be Snacks, but we should have that smoke. No, we don't have a smoke. Now it goes down. Smoke goes down, but Snacks is going to try and play past it.
Oh, that's a lovely flick from Snacks, but doesn't want to stay in the bomb sites alone for too long. Help is on the way, though. And now the numbers are tied. Kylar just creeping and playing side, looking for a transfer, but taking out the bomb planter instead. Plopsky spraying all over the shop, just preempting positions, and down goes Snacks, leaving Minio alone. Some slight tagging through the vents. He knows where one of the players is now. The HE is up, he can't find the angle. Device elevating his position. That's going to be a really hard kill to find for Minio. Just going on a big run here, but the trade's going to be instant from Plopsky, surely. What? Device at 25 HP, the USP is out. Surely he can't do this. It's so awkward for both squads. Running out of bullets and running out of health as well. That is a tense round, and it goes the way of Ninjas in Pajamas.
Nuts round. What a clutch! And there you go, Bardolph. That's why you pay the big bucks. Device was ready for it. Bait and switch, and Device. What a round from him. Plopsky also with that second spray through Decon. That's so nuts that he gets that kill through the smoke. What a read on his part. That made it all possible. But Device keeping it cool. 20 kills for Device. Takes the lead on the server behind Plopsky. Oh, I mean, Plopsky is actually at 19 right now. So the firepower is there, and we're starting to see some players pop off for NiP that we really haven't seen do too much work lately. So good on them.
The Plop Man.
Yeah, he's going in.
Very unassuming nickname from a British point of view, but very dangerous player. Solid team player for Ninjas in Pajamas.
You guys can't throw shade when one of the, I'm not going to repeat the name, but, well, I mean, one of the greatest commentators is called Tosspot, for crying out loud. Let's not throw shade, British commentators.
Minute 13 on the clock. Hampus creeping around the smoke. Great angle from Key. Delivers the kill as well.
Oh.
Very, very important round for both squads, and it's NiP running out of steam. They're in eco territory, and this one becomes even more difficult to turn around. Anonymo now with 497 HP versus 2 Swedish players.
A single smoke grenade, but I mean, at the end of the day here, that's not going to factor too much into it. There's a hail of bullets ready and waiting to get thrown at these ninjas as they go out onto the upper side. Perfect positioning from Minio, ready for the vent drop. Catches him, and that is going to put NiP in a dark place. Hard eco territory here for NiP. At least NiP, they still have a little margin for error. It's not done just yet. They can let Anonymo get up to 13, go for the buy in the next one. And as I say that, they go for the forced buy. So it's all in now for NiP. They are just going at it. This is a play where Anonymo would get onto 14 rounds if it goes to the next round. It's not too hot here. Plopsky out in the yard. Very quick play. Nice HE. Tremendous HD.
Tremendous is a great word to describe that HE. High explosive. And there's a nice spread as well. Rez barely walking at this point, barely running. Plenty of sound cues for Minio. He will raise the alarm and Snacks will post up. They cannot have a slip up here on Anonymo. This is real important. I want to see Mirage. NiP don't, however.
I think we all want to see Mirage, yeah. Device on Mirage, what do you think of that?
Rez and Plofsky, last men standing. Well, there have been 2 kills in this round, and Rez has a chance to get a third at the very least. It won't happen on this occasion. Anonymo moved to 13. That was a big buy from Ninjas in Pyjamas. And Anonymo now in a strong position to make it to 14 rounds. The odd Deagle will be purchased, but they're looking pretty damn good. There's a big string of CT rounds. Again, winning both pistols has certainly helped, but they are close to the finish line, Anonymo.
This is within striking distance, but again, this was the gamble that NiP took, and we should expect to see Anonymo get up to 14 rounds. And at that point, NiP are going to have to play perfectly. But it's also a question of Anonymo playing with, well, confidence. Are they going to be able to close it out? Can they finish the job and take us to a third map? Another thing that we have to wait and see. Snacks again.
Oh my god, well, how could you do that?
Sit down.
I saw it in my mind's eye, but I didn't believe it was going to happen. But it bloody well did, didn't it?
Having that angle is just so brutal. Keep in mind that Hampus sees him a split second before, so Hampus sees him full on before Snacks even sees a shadow of Hampus there. So just the way it works, and Hampus taking full advantage of that angle. Brilliant work.
As long as I'm not the person on the receiving end of it, I love them. I think they're hilarious.
But when you are,
I've never been picked like that in my life.
Hampus, though, he's going to take a bit of damage, but now they're going to be able to move together, and now you've given Device the AWP. If somehow NiP were to find a way here.
Oh my god. I was just thinking, he's so committed there. He's so committed. And there are 5 NiP players alive. Like, how many kills is enough from that spot? Because he's not going anywhere. 35 seconds, and Anonymo have got, like, they've got some money considerations here. They kind of need to keep these weapons alive no matter what, but they might do better than that. 24 seconds. That's a big smoke grenade. Device needs to think about what he wants to do with this AWP as well. 15 seconds to plant the bomb. And they need to die here. They have to die these Ts, and Anonymo will service their request. I guess it's better than giving them the AWP. So that got very dangerous for a while, but here we are, Anonymo with 14 rounds.
Oh, and just not enough for that op. Unless you were to go glass cannon. Device could go glass cannon, but it is going to be the full buy. AKs, full set of nades, everything that they need. And what looked like a promising situation there, unfortunately, NiP just started running out of time. They tried to perhaps get a little bit too complicated with the rotate back up to the upper site, hoping to take advantage of Anonymous rotating defense around. And instead, well, they're just going to get caught in the open. But now, Hampus, once again, setting up in yard. And this time there's lobby control for NiP. So do they elect to go to ramp and actually go ahead and say hello? Snacks has rotated around over there.
Minio's a leg man. Want to see some shoe action. But again, how many kills is enough here? 0, in fact. Big risk taken by Minio. At 14 to 12 as well.
Players are too tiled up on that now. It's getting abused too much, the smoke bug, where, well, smoke bug, it's not a bug, it's just the way it works. And so players are sitting in smokes more and more and more, and I think that, you know, players are just getting so used to reacting to that.
Snacks is in trouble. This is the time to land the shots, it really is, and he's missed 3 of them, and he's alone. I don't know if help is on the way, but oh my god, Anonymo just being dismantled in round 27, and their economy can't really stand it. Really put himself at the point of no return, as Minio did the same behind the smoke on the ramp, and Snacks completely committed to dying on a sword on the B bomb site behind the pillar like that. Misses 3 shots in a row. Looking so good with the AWP, but this is not the time to capitulate.
Well, again, it's a question of whether or not Anonymo are going to, let's say, have the poise to get it done, to keep their cool and get it done, and actually lock this down versus NiP. Tournament life, well, not tournament life just yet, but upper bracket life on the line here for Anonymo. And you do not want to drop down into the lower bracket. You run the risk of getting eliminated and sent home.
Beasts down there.
Yeah, it's not
wild beasts.
It's not pretty in the depths of the lower bracket. You want to stay up here in the sunlight of the upper bracket. Yeah, that's just a tough say. I mean, it's actually kind of canceled out because they're both standing in the smoke. So then it's just like, hey, who's going to be quick?
The problem is, like, if there are people there, if there's more than one person there, what is 1-for-1 enough for the CTs? There's no one else on the ramp. He could have had maybe like an AWP posted up behind him or something to help like control the situation if there are assailants there. But
I think 1-for-1 is enough in that scenario.
For the CTs?
Yeah. Because so long as you're trading and getting the info, I think that's enough. Because you have Snacks to keep to anchor the lower side. He'd already rotated down, right? So at least if you're taking one out of the picture and you get the info, that may be enough of a trade. But,
yeah, but how long is that info good for? With time on the clock.
There's the eternal question, Bardo.
Well then, Anonymo have eked out a buy in round 28. They've got pretty reasonable grenades as well. The AWP continues. Snacks will offer some support grenades for Minio on the ramp. The device seeks. He looks for something. Innocent has found the ZTR, however. So that's a really nice early kill for Anonymo. Exactly what they need as they look to take us towards Mirage.
It's a lot of what they've been getting. These early kills, these early advantages. Oh, actually not. No slouch on that map, on that pick. 73% win rate when they've got the man advantage on the CT side here for Anonymo. I mean, that's going to be an uphill fight for NiP, no matter how you cut it. But NiP have had a couple of rounds go their way despite being down a man. We're getting very light on the utility, though. We have some flashes to work with here for NiP, but a single smoke. Now we get to see. It's going to be pressure at ramp, and Snacks is going to get challenged. This time he hits it.
He's ready again through the corner of the wall. Device, in the meantime, is putting some damage in. Hold on a second. This game is turning around. The bomb needs to be collected, though, and Minio's doing what he can to try and stop this. Device with 27 seconds to make a play. One downstairs and one up. Where is Kyla? He's in a lobby position. Device has got a chance, but he better be quick. Does he commit to this? Looks like he is. Kyla, will he wait for his teammate? Starting to swing now. The flashbang is out for Device, and game point is with Anonymo.
Outrageous that he actually manages to pull that off. Yeah, game point. Here we go. Mirage on the line, and we may actually get what we were hoping for. We may actually get to see Device. Maui Snake was really hitting this home, you know, on the desk going into this one. Device on Mirage for the first time in 2 years.
Yeah, that is going to be very interesting if we make it there. But let's see. There is money for Ninja Pajamas to buy in this round. Innocent with a very good opening kill there, spraying through Squeaky, lining up for Device, but the trades were... There was fighting all over the map at that point. If there's 2 kills on the kill feed, they thought maybe NiP had a chance, and they had a chance, but Anonymo had more personnel. Huge round now. You can see some shortcomings in the economy for Anonymo. Key's got the MP9 in this round. 5 AKs on deck for Ninjas in Pajamas, not prioritizing the AWP on the T side. And they go very quickly indeed. Rez taking out Key again. Big risk taken towards the end of this. And that might not pay off for Anonymo.
Whoa, shoots right over his teammate's shoulder? What was that? Bold play there from Snacks, managing to bring it back to a 4-on-4. A Device creeping in. Loses the duel. 12 health left on Innocent. Gets out of dodge. This is definitely going to be problematic now for NiP. Low on the utility. 2 smokes to work with. And really just trying to stick together so that they can actually get some trades. But look at this. Minio, man. Nasty position. If he were to peek now, NiP would find themselves in dire straits.
Yeah, I mean, they're still in dire straits. They're in trouble. They're in a really bad spot here, NiP. They've got sub 1 minute as they try and decide where to go. Trying to edge towards... Oh, boy. There's one found, and Minio will just fall back. Play the time. 4 versus 2. Try and play the numbers with his teammates. There are so many different places he could be now. Pops out, but he does get popped by Plopsky, and now he's got the information, and time is much lower, so they can really play with this. Molly in the vent, but Snacks is here with the AWP. Kyla's taken so much damage to get towards his bomb site. Snacks with a flick now, leaving Plopsky. And he's got 2 more to find. 19 seconds, and we've got a CT by Deacon through the door for Kyla. And indeed, we head to Mirage.
16-13 win. Clearly, it was a bit closer, no doubt about it. It wasn't as one-sided as NiP's map pick, where NiP were clearly at home. Here on Anonymo, though, they had a game plan, and they managed to stick to it. They keep their cool, and what looked a little dicey there towards the end, they still play with the aggression. Instead of giving too much respect to NiP and letting NiP start to dictate the rounds in the end, Anonymo, they do their work, and they play aggressive. They keep the fight going towards NiP. That's the real thing to take away there. So this bodes well for Mirage.
Missing an overpass, definitely turning up in Nuke. What will the climate be on Mirage? We'll find out soon enough, but first we will head to see what the analysts thought of that previous map. We will see you after the break.
NiP started hot with a 16-3 win on their map of Overpass. Anonymo comes back, though, a narrow victory for them on Nuke. But as we said coming into today, Anonymo was surprisingly dangerous in the closed qualifiers with wins over some notable European teams like ENCE and Dignitas. And at least they came to play, sending us to a third and final map. NiP, we talked about it in the last break, potentially a tournament contender here. So what went wrong for them on Nuke, Lex?
I think a lot of this just comes down to what went right for Anonymo. I mean, just individually performing and collectively as a team, just being able to steal away some early rounds on T side, creating that 6-round cushion, having a great half, and then turning things around on CT. Just really, despite anything NiP was throwing out there, it seemed like Anonymo was playing excellent team CS, and rotations were on point, and NiP could not handle it.
Was there any player that stood out to you on Anonymo? Because we're looking at, of course, Snacks, but also some of the young and up-and-coming Polish players. Did one of them catch your eye? Do you fancy a young Polish gentleman?
Maybe in other respects, but for the game, Minio actually played really well for their CT side. He was super active. Him and Snacks were rotating constantly, catching off the NiP side in a variety of ways. I mean, the nice spray up at the vent through their crotches was a nice sight, and then also, honestly, just the way he fought with Snacks outside too. It felt like he was a super dynamic piece to their defense.
Excellent. Well, we've got some rounds, too, that can show us how exactly Anonymo played particularly well on their CT side with some outside aggression, particularly from Snacks. Why don't you walk us through this?
Yeah, I mean, you know, on the CT side of NiP, you had Device outside creating some opportunities and a lot of space for them. In the same hand, you could say, you know, Snacks' CT side was able to, you know, kind of show some of that dominance of old and surprise NiP at yard at multiple occasions.
So one of the things that at least was going well for NiP and what was a struggle of a map was device. So talk to me about what device adds to this roster, because you said, Maui, coming into this match that him replacing Nock was very important to their ability to get picks to start off a round.
Yeah, and I think Device did actually a really satisfactory job at that. On the CT side, him and Snacks both, when they were both on the defense, were playing around that outside area. They were finding openers, and some of the shots that we're seeing Snacks right here, Device did the exact same thing on the CT side. So both of these players, both of the operas for their respective teams, actually came out to play today and were instrumental in finding the round victories. But Snacks actually, his team got the better of NiP, but I actually think him and Device probably played pretty equally in terms of overall just output. They were both really good at finding those openers, and the rotations were rather on point as well. What a beautiful man.
Indeed. Coming back. Everybody, of course, thrilled to see his face one more time. So in this match, we are going to be heading into Mirage next, and there are a lot of question marks about this map. Why are you so interested in seeing Device on Mirage, Maui?
He hasn't played it since, I think, June of last year. June of 2019, sorry. 2 years of no Device on Mirage. I mean, if you're watching the FPL streams, you can catch him playing it there. But in actual honest matches, he has yet to play this match with this roster. He hasn't played it for Astralis in such a long time. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he slots in.
Yeah, I mean, this series just, I'm containing it now, but just got so exciting. I mean, the fact that Anonymo just took map 2, I mean, you and I here, before the map started, were just like, wow, 16-3. Even I was not estimating, that level of a blowout. Coming onto Nuke, Anonymo clearly stepped up and, beyond the individual performances, just seemed like a complete team here. And, I mean, going into map 3, we're talking about complete teams? Well, maybe you just have this sick addition of Device onto your roster, but there's not a lot we can look at in terms of Mirage performance. And I mean, we mentioned it, and I said I wasn't going to mention it on the stream here, but last night's Loba versus NiP stack on Mirage definitely doesn't bode well for the future. So
explain to the viewers.
I mean, just being in FPL and having most of your team, you just kind of expect, that they're going to be able to dominate a game. But Mirage, not something that we've seen out of NiP or Device. Being stacked on an FPL squad, it didn't pan out well for them. They got blown out by a random squad, and I'm worried. I'm terrified now.
You're scared. All right. So you think the
upset is real? A lot of points
real.
on this match, man.
You think the upset possibility is very real coming into this one because of you're using the FPL match as anecdotal evidence, but also Device, of course, not playing in officials, at least on Mirage, in the last couple of years. Do you guys have concerns about NiP's map pool? Because while Overpass looked phenomenal, Nuke, little rocky outside of Device's individual performance, which is on a highly tactical map, not what you want to see if NiP has been boot camping. And also, if Device is the one popping off on that map, that means that the rest of the players are probably pretty inexperienced on it, because if he's the latest addition to the roster, you would think he would be lagging behind on any tactics, not necessarily leading in terms of fragging power or really, star potential on that map.
Right. I think the pick from Anonymo was just super comfortable for them. It did feel like, to their credit, that every time Anonymo took good map control, good space, they had the right set of nades in order to take the next bit of space. I think we saw that at Ramp Room, and once they even had kind of the lower horseshoe area, just getting onto the B-bomb site, they had the right nades to take that kind of space. Consistently on Nuke, not on Overpass whatsoever, it did feel like they were doing really good work in terms of map control. And Mirage, though, is a map where that is so important. If you can minimize losses while taking mid, then that's something that Anonymo can use to try to mitigate the effects of Device's AWP presence. And hopefully they can take that space once again, find those good splits, and they might be able to pull off the upset.
That was one of the big questions coming into this matchup was, what has NiP been doing their homework on with Device? Which maps are they going to focus on the most? And honestly, despite having a 9-6 CT side, which isn't exactly the most dominant of CT sides, it seemed like the rotations were pretty coherent and they were doing a good job of adapting to whatever Anonymo was doing. And I'm a little worried. It's like, how much effort did they really put into Mirage, And maybe that Nuke pick, despite just being a good pick in general for an Anonymo, it's like maybe they had some insight as to whether or not NiP was practicing these maps. If you are pugging a map like Nuke in the first place, it could be extremely difficult. To, tactically, teamwork-oriented map, and Mirage kind of along the same lines.
So when you looked at the draft, you guys were both surprised that we saw Mirage for the reasons you discussed. If you were coaching NiP, where would you have rather ended up with the knowledge you have? Now, presumably, we presume NiP has been practicing Mirage, which is why they left it up, right? That's what we would assume. But based on your knowledge, where would you have rather seen NiP go?
Probably just banning Mirage, because I think that would have left the last two of Train and Inferno.
Yes.
And both of those maps, I mean, Device on Train, just amazing. And also, if it goes to Inferno because Anonymo ban out Train perhaps, then that's a map that NiP have found some success on before. But now that it's Mirage, that's a map that NiP, regarding that this is not with the current 5-man lineup that they're using, in the last few months, they've only won Mirage twice. And one was against Havu, and the other was Mousesports. Both teams that are, I'd say, Havu a level beneath them, and then Mousesports, a team that's kind of still finding their footing in this space. Against any real teams, they have looked really shaky on it.
Let's talk about general kind of veto strategy coming into this this tournament, because we discussed that there's probably going to be a lot of Train vetoes because we are going to have Ancient entering the pool at some point during the RMR cycle and then for the major itself. But with that in mind, NiP, I believe, did have the first ban in their second round of vetoes, did ban out Train first. So do you think that's a good way to approach it, when you can kind of force the veto out of your opponent if they have the second one? Or are some teams going to be able to take advantage of that? Because it does seem like most teams are going to not want to play Train for preparation reasons at this point in time.
No, I think that's a very valid statement to make. And we touched on it during the pregame, but NiP did have, I think, to some degree, an advantage coming into this matchup just because they had so much source material from Anonymo to look at. Even if you look at a lot of their, Train performances, whether or not they were even strong on the map probably wasn't even a relevant question. To your point, if you're adding Device onto this roster, why spend a whole lot of time even preparing for a map that won't be around for very long? So yeah, I mean, I think, for whatever maps they were available to them, I think they probably had a pretty good idea of what they'd run into here.
Yeah, I just think if you look at the overall strategy, probably very few teams are practicing Train right now overall. So in a way, if you have the first ban of the second phase of vetoes, it kind of makes sense to try and force your opponent to ban it instead of you doing it yourself. Otherwise, maybe somebody has like that pocket Train, but with some of these newer rosters and many teams who have made roster swaps, they're not going to be up to speed on Train. Let's be realistic, unless it's some sort of super secret ace in the hole that they've been working on. And even then, you want them to prove it right before you actually take that threat seriously.
Yeah, for all the longer standing teams right now, people that have come in with a 5-man lineup that has time to develop their whole map pool, sure, you can play Train here and probably actually use that as a really strong punish pick against these newer lineups. But I think it's fair points from both you guys that they probably don't want to include Train into their new map pool, given they know that this is the last tournament that it's going to have it. So I think that for NiP's sake right now, though, the thing is, if they haven't practiced either map, then there's a case for it, but I'm pretty sure that they've probably been practicing Mirage more than Train.
So what would have to change? What would you like to see from NiP if they are going to take this series home, Lex? Like, between Nuke and Mirage, what is the biggest change that they have to make to have a strong showing and come out with a victory?
I don't know. I mean, across the board, it seemed like they were performing on Nuke pretty well, and it didn't really seem that on their T sides they were able to gain any traction. So maybe that just needs to, be the solution for them, just being able to play a little bit more loose and find some entries earlier on. And of course, T side Nuke, it's always so difficult sometimes to be able to find those opportunities to begin with, especially when you have, an ace up your sleeve such as an Opper and Device. He's not always going to have an op in his hand first of all, and then beyond that. And it's not as though Anonymo isn't aware of the fact that he's going to be a threat on the map, so he had a very limited output as well. And so I think, when we're talking about what can they do differently, I think it just comes down to rounds on the board for T side.
Do you agree with that, Maui?
Yeah, I'm just really curious what the Japanese at the bottom of ZTR is thinking, because it's like Suterusu Modo. I don't know what Suterusu is, but it's supposed to be an English word if they're using katakanas, but okay, whatever. That's just really distracting me, because I don't know if it's some Swedish word is Suteruso. Like, I don't...
Maybe.
So, yeah, but okay, that's just...
Twitch chat sleuths, go ahead and inform Mao.
I'm sure you could tweet at him at Maui Steak, and we will have solved this by the time that the post game comes around, and you can tell us, Maui.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out. That's what one semester of Japanese got me, being able to read an NiP jersey. Just one little text.
But not even know what the non-Japanese word that it's spelling is.
I know, yeah, now because it might be a Swedish word. So, yeah, we're just left in the dark there.
Yeah, globalization. What a time to be alive. The Swedish-Japanese collision that is happening with NiP.
The world is just getting smaller every day.
How beautiful.
We're doing a show about EU teams in LA. Like, what is happening, honestly, at this point?
Incredible. All right, guys, we do have a couple of server issues here that are going to be delaying as the players try to get into the game. Of course, we did have that tech delay to start off the day, unfortunately, with some routing problems for NiP. So, that said, we can talk a little bit about our next matchup. How about that? Which is going to be Fun Plus Phoenix, and they're going against the Hyenas roster, which, if you are unaware, is composed of 3 of the former North players. So their qualification for this EU RMR was due to the fact that North had a bunch of RMR points from last year, and therefore the invitation was accepted by their former players instead. Now, we don't know much about the Hyenas roster.
It's a mystery team.
It's the mystery team. Well, NiP was kind of the mystery team as well. But, yeah.
A handful of mystery teams, actually.
Yeah,
but
we do. So we didn't get to see them in qualifiers as a result.
Weirdly, the name Anonymo is one of the least mysterious teams because we saw so much of them in the closed qualifier.
Right.
But, yeah.
Played like five or six best of threes.
Yeah,
in the
at least.
qualifiers. So.
Yeah.
Way too many. I've watched way too much Anonymo recently, so yeah. Whereas Hyenas, there's just simply nothing to be. I mean, dude, we have no. It's the Danish misfits, man.
Yeah. It's kind of a strange makeup of a team because also the IGL role, which was previously occupied by MSL, is now just vacant. And I don't know if in an interview, I think it was it AZ that is calling now? I'm not 100% on
mystery
that.
team. I meant it, Maui.
Yeah, we'll find out then. We'll find out shortly. But yeah, it's gonna be strange. But FPX, on the other hand, kind of a meddling roster in EU, kind of like always around the 8th to 10th best team in Europe, and they've had a couple upset victories over the last year. But they now are playing with Emmy, and in recent interviews, they're using him as their IGL, but they wanted Chris J, but they couldn't acquire him because of what was going on with his Mouse Sports contract. So all in all, that's a little bit strange, but in the last couple weeks, they beat G2 with this lineup, so that's nothing to scoff at either. So I think that honestly, FPX should be the pretty firm favorites going into the second match of the day.
Makes sense. Well, we do have the players in the server now, so we will look forward to that Hyenas versus Fun Plus Phoenix match a little later on. First, we have to finish this one up, and it could be an upset from Anonymo. Will it be? Semler and Bardolph, are you calling it Anonymo?
Me, I'm still leaning towards Ninjas in Pajamas, but nothing is guaranteed. I think that much is true. What about you?
No.
Well, Ninjas in Pajamas are going to be starting on the CT side of Mirage. The knife round has come and gone while the guys were speaking, so we are 8 seconds away from Device on Mirage. Been a long time.
Device on Mirage. There's the element of surprise there. We get to see what kind of shape he's in. I mean, Anonymo on Mirage are not going to be any slouch. They've been beating teams like Complexity on Mirage recently. So, I mean, like, Complexity, not a team to be taken lightly. A lot of firepower there. And if Anonymo can go toe-to-toe with them, I think they can go toe-to-toe with NiP. There is that element of surprise, though, with Device. What's he going to do? What's he going to show us?
Well, Ninjas Pajamas will have a lot of presence in this short position. For them dancing around the ladder. Device is going to take one in the face. And then another one from the hands of Key. ZTR creeping around the smoke. As it dissipates, so will Key. 4v2 bomb looks likely to get planted here, but how much can Anonymo do afterwards? Snacks and Kyla both half health. Not really in a position to help each other, and my god, Kyla gets popped as well. That leaves Snacks alone, and the bomb's not planted for him. ZTR has a kit, and he can just comfortably head to defuse that bomb, although Hampus is on it for some reason. But either way, there's not much Snacks can do. ZTR's like, hello, I got a kit, hello, hello, come in, hello.
One thing is like, okay, it's exciting to see Device on this, but it's also worth considering that NiP are not a team to be taken entirely too lightly on Mirage as well. It's kind of a 50-50 win rate for them. So as a third map, you know, it's not all over the place. But, excuse me. I mean, they're still going up against teams like Complexity. They're going up against the Tier 1 teams, and they've been playing them close. Although what's interesting is the last time that NiP played Mirage, they played Complexity, and it went to overtime, and they lost. Whereas Anonymo, you know, obviously it means that Anonymo are the better team on Mirage, right? Because they beat Complexity in regulation, not even overtime. Isn't that how that works, James?
Something like that.
Something like that. Something like that.
This is a big buy from Anonymo, wasting out the initial utility from Ninjas in Pyjamas. NiP not being too active in looking at what's happening, but they seem to be expectant towards this A bomb site. Hampus up on short. Plopski's kind of alone towards this B bomb site. See Resin Connector as well, and here comes the execute. Looking at a lot of the usual positions. ZTR's play will be interesting here with the smoke to protect him. Key moving forward towards CT. Device with the scout is less than ideal. Flashbangs, and Key hasn't seen any of him, but Plopski's going to get taken out. The B player, this is really weird. Bomb not planted, just Jet Key still spraying. Device hiding in the site. Not spotted, just Jet out with the USP trying to find something. And that is absolute bedlam on A. 3 kills for Anonymo. No bomb plant, but they have made it expensive.
They've at least managed that, but it's still going to be a win in the bag for NiP, and NiP now get to farm that money because Anonymo went for the big risk play. They spent all their money that round. Now it has to be a hard eco coming in from Anonymo. Otherwise, they're going to be hard-pressed to get much rolling in the following round. So we actually have the hero AK thrown in here by Key. Okay, Russian AK in the mix. Expect the rest of his teammates to just run behind him and pick it up off of his dead body.
Really looking to make this expensive for NiP. Oh, well, he'll be denied from Res, and that's going to be a hard AK to rescue, especially with Hampus right here. He will try to rescue it, though. Drawn to it. Gravitational pull. So they will receive bullets from Hampus instead.
It's like, oh, look, now I've got an AK. Gee, that's nice. Didn't save him, but they are going to be able to save that AK, NiP, and that's going to be pretty unfortunate in the next round here for Anonymo. They're going to have to deal with an AK on the CT side. Never a fun time.
And
what a beautiful desk.
Anonymo looking for their first round in Mirage. On Mirage, rather. The AK's right once again. After the hero AK, Key will have the Galil for round number 4. Device with the Molotov to thwart an early smoke grenade, try and create a gap. However, there is a smoke grenade that lands dead in the middle of the window, so even if you throw a molly, it will still smoke the window correctly. So if you don't know that, that's one to learn. I learned it, then forgot it, sadly. Anonymo with a slow start. You can see Minio playing anti-flash in case there's aggression in mid, but there's no such aggression. Ninjas in Pyjamas seems to be waiting to see what kind of play Anonymo may make. Minute 15 on the clock, as we still have a lot of Molotovs and smokes here for Anonymo. Could this suggest an A play, potentially? You can see Innocent lining grenades up. Considering it. 1 minute on the clock now. Rez still waiting at connector with a smoke. No more smokes for mid. ZTR is the only person who could offer some area control with a smoke grenade for NiP, and this is a real slow one from Anonymo. 40 seconds on the clock as mid is taken, top and bottom. And indeed, there is the area control from Ninjas in Pyjamas, trying to delay the advance of Anonymo with utility. But again, ZTR is so committed on the A bomb site, he can't really support the connector control with a smoke grenade. 26 seconds now, still unclear as to which way Anonymo are going, but there's a huge gap in that smoke, and that will allow Rez to pick off Minio. You can see Kyla trying to buy some space, so they're getting some clues, and we can see the rotation from Ninjas in Pyjamas. Got a crossfire, but Kyla has found the first half of it, almost a second, but didn't quite finish off the job there. 9 seconds for this bomb to get planted now, and there might just be a chance for them. Oh my god, the kills have come in a flurry, leaving Plopski alone. 1 versus 3 made 2 of the kill onto Snacks. He has a defuse kit, but he's not sure where these players are. A slow approach, very controlled from Anonymo, and they're in a strong position. Plopski's going to have to walk into a crossfire unless Key goes too wide and starts to peek. Looking towards Tetris, we can see this now. There's a nice 1v1 from Plopski, but Key will trade, and there's the first round for Anonymo.
Fantastic work there in the end for Key to actually get that kill. Plopsky saw it coming. He knew that the crossfire was there, but not able to collect on that last one. That is just such a weird round, though, because there's the gap in the smoke where Rez, you can see here on the replay, manages to get that kill for free, but then Kyler manages to pick up a massive frag, and that opens everything up onto that bomb site. This huge flank from Snacks, though. That's where the money is. Glad we were able to catch all of that on the replay, because Snacks just opening it up looked like it was a winning situation for NiP. And well, now they have to go for a force by NiP. Scouts in the mix. Nice body shot there from Hampus. Start things off. And this doesn't really show enough, you know, just a scout, okay, fine, fair enough. Anonymo right now are wondering just how well equipped the rest of the ninjas are.
Double Palace play with Innocent holding T-spawn as well. Anonymo looks very prepared for Mirage. Again, they may have some weaknesses in their map pool, but they're definitely feeling somewhat strong here. And they have a good opportunity ahead of themselves with the buy from Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Well, the other thing to consider is that NiP haven't had an official in a month. So scrims are one thing, but NiP right now, they're going up against a team that just does not stop grinding officials. Oh, that's unreal.
That's a good start, but what about the finish? Well, they're getting closer to it. 4 versus 2 now. Anonymo, this one's collapsed. It's going to be hard to clutch this. 40 seconds. Difficult from Palace as well. Has to do more than show presence because only 2 players remain for Anonymo. Snacks coming up the ramp. Innocent 50 HP with the bomb. He's got a flash. He could potentially throw one towards connector for his teammate. He could get caught though while he throws it. So what is the play here? 24 seconds on the clock. They've lost half their time. There goes the flashbang. Easily avoided by Rez and a nasty deletion towards the end. Big problems on the A-bomb site. That was a round Anonymo should have won, but instead they get reset. Their economy sent straight to the bin.
It's that Deagle Scout combo, man. You get a tag with either one of those. It's just they can just play off of each other so well. And so Anonymo showing a little bit too much hesitation here, just trying to lurk their way out onto the side. Unfortunately for them, NiP were ready and waiting, getting close quarters with the Deagle. It might as well be a shotgun at this point. 2 body shots does the trick, and so you're always at risk of getting overwhelmed. And Anonymo now, well, hard eco pretty much. I mean, just some firepower. I always wonder when it comes down to this, like no Kevlar, no nades, no nothing to help, just Deagles. All right, fair enough, but maybe keep that money for the next round.
Oh, as you're thinking maybe like a P250 and a flash or something to try and create some space.
Yeah, like just one of them do that. I mean, the aim of this round is to get a bomb plant. You know, getting kills, I mean, the odds of you winning a hard eco are so slim. I'd rather see you save money for the next buy round so you have a full set of nades and everything that you need, right, to fully execute, rather than just trying to get some pot shots in this round. Because odds are Device is just going to murk you like this. The others have got rifles too, so that doesn't help. Hampus is going to spot them moving up, and there's going to be a crossfire here in a moment for the CT side.
You can see them trying to double peek Device from either side, it seems. Well, they were. Again, that box where Snacks is, you can see players standing behind default and the fireboxes. I've noticed as well, so here, most people in Europe would call those 3 boxes triple.
Yeah.
As you can see, but in like regions like Serbia and so on, they're commonly called fireboxes.
Yeah.
And in the corner, they call that triple, but the other side of Europe, they'll call those fireboxes. Yeah.
Really?
Good. Yeah. It's very
Interesting.
strange.
I wasn't aware of that. I knew that there was. I know the one on site is triple or firebox. So when you play, you're just like triple, and then you say firebox by instinct, just so you can make double sure that people know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you've got to know your audience on that one.
Interesting. But 5-1 for NiP on the CT side, definitely in their comfort zone. Device is hitting shots with that scout, and now some aggressive mid-opping from him. Just keeping an eye on things top mid, but that is not where the action is. Anonymo gathered up for a default play to A in a moment here. Minute 35, takes a buy, still no nades. Oh, that incendiary is going to be annoying though, proper.
Well, they've got clues with these grenades, and they'll charge in regardless of the Palace utility. Double peeking Rez, who's isolated in front of these smoke grenades. Zetiar forced from his position as well. This execute looking strong for Anonymo. They've played their plan out regardless of that Molly and Palace, and so far so good. NiP are just getting dropped one by one. Anonymo looking good for a second round here. AWP collected, and surely NiP look to save, but they're being denied. And Anonymo looking sharp and very warm in this third map. Plotski will do what he can to save, but might not be the likeliest thing here. The hunt is on from Anonymo.
Thought he got that shot. Not meant to be. Nice adjustment made from Anonymo picking Rez. Usual spot around there, and he managed to find him for free to kick things off. And then good teamwork as well. And you could really see it coming where Device is taking a big risk sitting on CT ramp with that AWP. It's so common to get that flash over the top of the boxes, and exactly this peak Kylar. There's nothing Device can do. He's fully flashed at that point. And so Device playing that close, like he's trying to make a play, but it's a very risky one because if Anonymo have a flash grenade, they're going to flash CT, and they're going for that peak. And so Anonymo, nice shot from Snacks to kick things off in this round.
Beautiful. Yeah, he's certainly warming up as well. Small blip on Nuke, but the consistency is improving. Now, Device has the AWP for NiP, but he's in a passive position at the moment, enabling his teammates with some flashbangs, but again, they won't find anything just yet. Anonymo have seen those pop flashes before from NiP in this half so far, and they are playing around the corner, not quite revealing the information. That's enough information for Device to capitalize on. Oh, that's a nice flick, and he really is dismantling these plays around Connector. Innocent spotted with the bomb. Oh, how is he dodging these shots? And what is his play now? 3-on-3 minutes ago, they know the bomb is or was in Connector. ZTR with a dry peek, a big swing, and there is the bomb in his hands now. Minho, crouch, and he's still alive. Bomb's been rescued. Device now, 1 versus 2. That's a big shot. Now Snacks has got to come in from the ramp and collect that bomb. 45 seconds. Device has a good read on the situation. There's a flashbang, so he knows exactly where he's coming from. Did he see his foot there? Oh my god, Snacks not like that, surely. Wild peaks. Device now with the smoke to create some space and go on the hunt, but Snacks is reading this and staying in position. Oh, this is so awkward for both of them. 25 seconds to USP out. If Snacks goes for a shot, there could be a smoke push. It's so weird. Is he heading towards the B bomb site? 18 seconds. He has got time for it. Quietly slinking away so as not to give a sound cue. Now, how long does Device hold for? Extremely awkward situation for him. Oh, Device is going to be in trouble. He doesn't even know if it's A or B yet. There's no beeps. How long to realize? He knows now. AK's collected. Snacks could be absolutely anywhere, and Device has to figure out where he is without the fuse kit. I think he's realizing now he's got to get his skates on. Did he just see part of Snacks? I think he did. There's a crouch peek from Snacks, and Anonymo get a third round. Difficult for both teams towards the end, but you can see Anonymo starting to smile now.
There's so many layers on layers on layers there. Pretty sure he saw the gun barrel. Pretty sure he's pre-aiming. He's expecting Snacks to go for a right eye peek, and then Snacks is just one step ahead. He's like, no, actually, I'll go for the left one. I'll go for the disadvantaged one, and Device not able to adjust in time. This is, I mean, that if you're going to have anybody alive in that situation for Anonymo, you're overjoyed when it's Snacks. This is in his wheelhouse. 1v1 clutches, he'll do that all day. And so that is a monster round coming through for Anonymo. They absolutely needed something magical to happen for him there. And, well, Snacks is there to deliver. Always hungry, always looking for shots.
They've broken the money for NiP.
Yeah, this is going to be problematic now for NiP. At least NiP have managed to get those 5 rounds on the CT side, so they have a little bit of a buffer. It's not the end of days. It's not as if they're getting reset hard with nothing to show for it. Right now, I mean, they still have 5 rounds in play. But we may just get the hard eco coming in here from NiP. They still have 2 rounds of loss bonus, so they take the hard eco and they come back, and it's actually going to be a fairly decent buy in the next round.
Yeah, the looks on the faces have just changed dramatically.
The question is right now
reversal.
Is
My
whether
hands are cold.
Well, what? Yeah, he's not just fondling himself. Don't worry, guys. Anonymo is conditioning NiP to think A site over and over again right now. They've been very consistently taking mid and going to connector and getting up on A, and NiP have been playing around that. You saw in the last round where they were just really focused with 4 players on A. They were ready for it. When is the question is, when does Anonymo flip to B and just go for that B play, get out there quick, and get another round on the board? And so NiP right now, that's the nightmare for Hampus, is trying to predict when is it that Anonymo are going to shift their attention over towards the B site, and we'll start to see some action over here. It's looking likely that it might be this round, in fact, as the bomb is going to make its way over towards B apartments. Could go to a mid-crunch still. Minio and Kai, or Key rather, just picking it up. But, man, NiP already pushing ramp for the info. They've got 3 players in a T-spawn. That's a big deal.
Well, the info is key, but they're still fighting with pots and pans here.
Do you ever get hit by a pan?
I've got to think about that. It's quite possible, to be honest with you. Got hit with a carving fork.
That hurts.
So, Plopsky's got himself an AK-47. Oh, what the hell is happening? How? What? They're all dead, but why? How? I don't understand. Hampus over towards B only has a USP. He needs to try and hide in plain sight. Oh, he's got to land the headshot on Snacks, but needs a second one. And he's given Plopsky a chance. He's moving in with high ground advantage. All of a sudden, 3 Anonymo players are dead. I don't even get it. Better keep your AK out. Innocent's playing that angle now by the van. Such an awkward angle to deal with. He's going to have a look from the barrel position. There it is. Crisis averted. And boy, there was definitely a crisis in that round.
Dude, what a shot from Snacks. Do we have that on replay? I hope so. I hope we get to see it, because that looked just like an instant 180 headshot. Just panic shot, and he got it. Yeah, Hampus even telling him, you know, nice shot. This is Plopsky with that AK going to work. Nice shot there from Device. Oh, man, yeah, just panic spray, freaking out. No way.
Got to be fast before that dong comes in. Got a ding, but not the dong. Ding dong.
Ooh, interesting.
Well, it's 3 rounds in a row for Anonymo now. I mean, NiP's money was broken. They will be returning to a buy with no AWP, which is interesting.
Tech timeout getting called right now. The players are mystified. Neither team knows who called the timeout, so that always makes you wonder what's going on. Admins are pointing fingers at the ninjas, though, so those shifty ninjas. Can never trust them. They're always up to something, those ninjas.
Based on what you've seen so far, who do you think's going to win this map?
Right now, I still have to think that it's going to be NiP.
Why?
Superior firepower, superior experience, more preparation. I mean, Anonymo will have played more officials on the map in the last 3 months, which they have. I mean, it's not that they will. It's just that they have.
I put 750 of my 1,000 points for today on Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I'm a little uncomfortable right now. I'm kind of nervous.
Decision?
I'm kind of nervous, yeah.
Yeah, so
I'm not sure.
NiP haven't played an official in the last month, and before then they've played Mirage 6 times with a 33% win rate. So not the best map for NiP Mirage, but still, you bring Device into the picture, more firepower. It's not like Device hasn't played Mirage. Guys, I mean, come on, it's like the Pug map. So he's definitely played Mirage, Device, just in an official. But Anonymo, they've played it 12 times in the last 3 months. So they've had a bit more experience on Mirage. They've had some official experience on Mirage, and they've been beating teams like Complexity on Mirage. So I still want to say NiP just because it's NiP. They have more firepower. They have more experience. But you could have Snacks. I mean, Snacks wins a couple more clutches like that, and you could be losing your points, bud.
Yeah, I mean, 33% on 6 maps. It's a low sample size, but I'm worried. Those are worrying numbers. Those are worrying numbers. There's a great chance for Anonymo. Ninjas in Pajamas are restarting their internet. You could see that their webcams were a little, the frame rate was a little low, which is probably due to their connection. So that would hopefully resolve their issues. But yeah, I'm concerned. I don't know. I'm nervous. I don't like losing
looking a little
prediction
shiny.
wars.
Are we getting the stress sweats going on right now? You know, just.
I don't like losing prediction wars. Especially like I think Maui's pretty good at them as well. So I got a real challenge here.
Yeah, I remember London. You guys were pretty competitive between the two of you.
Everybody else, of course.
But you still ended up having to wear the clown suit.
I did have to. Yeah,
You and me both.
I have faith that Monty's ideas are such that I definitely don't want to be a part of them. as far as these forfeits are concerned.
Wise of you.
So yeah, I don't want to be anywhere near the bottom of that table. So I'm nervous. You know, there's plenty more play to come, but I'm nervous. I have to say, I did put some points on Hyenas as well.
Well, what are you doing, man?
Game. Well, let's see. I mean, look what's happening right now.
If you could do a Hyenas upset, actually, that'd be pretty fire. Because imagine that. I mean, I think they had like a 4-1 return or something like that. So that 250 wouldn't be too bad.
I was thinking of putting more on. but I was, you know, I had memories of the last Flashpoint. Like, oh, I'm not sure. I want to try and limit my. I thought this would be a safer bet, but it's
Your risk.
not looking safe right now, man. I'm telling you.
Well, this is the thing with online CS, man. Anything is possible. It's so hard to make predictions in any meaningful way like that because it feels like any team these days is just a threat. You can't underestimate anybody. And Anonymo, I mean, again, and the reason it's not knocking any of the players, but I mean, champions have said, Hobbit himself was saying that you know, players are hitting harder than they normally would. They're not feeling the nerves the way they normally would. They're sitting comfortably at home, you know, instead of playing on LAN, instead of playing on a stage, instead of playing in front of a crowd. There's all these elements that are going into it, which makes it very difficult to predict CS right now, just because online.
Yeah.
Then you have random tech pauses like this one where you know we've had twice now in this series we've had to wait, and so that's going to let players cool off. That's going to let players get nervous. I mean, a lot of things keep going on here. But we'll see. We're live.
We are back. As you can see, ZTR's pulled out the French gun. There are like middling levels of grenades for Ninjas in Pajamas. Now, does this invite more aggression? They lack the AWP in this round as well. But I mean, snipers spend a lot of time getting smoked off on Mirage on the CT side.
It's a notoriously difficult map to op on.
It seems there'll be a fast burst into the B bomb site. The combo, the chain flashes, mostly avoided on the site, but there are kills to be found here as well. Plopsky dancing around, got to stay near that smoke, allow his teammates to rotate in through the door. That is the advantage of that smoke. And look at the deletions here from Ninjas in Pajamas. 4 versus 2, make it 3. Hampus picked off. Plopsky still active here around the bench position, repositioning now for a swing with his teammate onto Innocent. And 3 players will survive. They'd love an upgrade to that FAMAS indeed. They'll take 3 AKs into the next round. That's a good round for NiP.
Dude, you wish that you had teammates that you trust as much as Plopsky trusts his teammates. Just saying. Because that's full faith in Hampus having his back. He was fully focused on the apartments. He was fully focused on just watching. Not once did he check his back. He just had full faith in Hampus to watch his back, watch his flank, and he just was there to do his work. What a play from Plopsky. But remember what I was saying. Anonymo have been conditioning NiP to, you know, that they're going to hit A and take control of mid over and over and over again. Now that they've gone B, it's been a bit dicey. It's been a bit dicey for Anonymo. So question is now whether or not they're going to just shift back over towards this A site, because they're looking a little confused. They didn't have quite as much success over towards B, and so it may be a matter of just shifting back over to what has worked so far this first half, which is to get that mid control, to play it safe, and then just explode onto the A site through connector or through ramp.
Dropping that smoke between Van and the B bomb site's really handy for the CT side. Helps them keep control of the bench area and also allows their teammates to easier rotate through the market door into the bomb site. Something you need to familiarize yourself with if you play B site on Mirage. Well, after the Anonymo timeout, there is an NiP timeout as well. Maybe just to have some camaraderie. They're smiling again.
They are. And I did confirm you can chain up as many timeouts as you want. So you could, in theory, run 4 timeouts in a row. If you really wanted to have that extra time to discuss, you can just keep going.
The more you know.
Indeed. We've seen teams
I have
do
a
it
lot
in the
to
past.
say.
I've seen teams do 2 in the past.
I think we should have
3.
timeouts as well.
Pardon me?
I think we should have timeouts.
Oh, yeah, where we get to just kind of pause everything and
yeah, and
we need to look at this round over again, guys. Give us a second.
Just say things. Snacks will have something to say in round number 11. He is the hero, AK-47 for Anonymo. There's a lot of deagles behind him, but that is the big gun, so to speak.
And back to default we go. So Anonymo just spreading all out. Gonna crunch mid, get a bit of mid control. Key chilling out in Palace makes me think they want to wind up on A site. As long as he stays alive, that's a real threat. So we could just go right up connector onto the A site. Device and ZTR, though, are in a nasty spot. This could get real fun real fast.
Kyla's got a flashbang to go into connector here. Once the smoker's gone, Snacks will create some space for himself. Kyla's top mid. Oh, Snacks is going to go in dry. So connector's been secured for Anonymo. This is denial of information for Ninjas in Pajamas, and see what they choose to do with it. Hampus forced back. He's got Plopsky covering the upper ground. And there goes the AK. There'll be a trade, though. So maybe something can be found. Still a 3v3, but quickly made 2 in favor of Ninjas in Pyjamas. I think ZCR may have just spotted that jump towards the jungle. So indeed, rifles can be collected. But they're stuck in a very tight choke point now, are Anonymo.
Oh no, and they're completely stuck. Innocent has to win this duel instantly. Oh, elects not to. He's out of dodge. 23 seconds. And Hampus is going to gut him. Easy peasy for Hampus. Nicely done. 2 kills for Hampus. So Anonymo trying to show some presence on short, trying to not make it too obvious what they were doing, and that just eventually ends up costing them. Hampus just there to hold the line ready and does the damage. You can see here, replay, wins that first kill easily. Rez, though, that was a sick shot from Kyler, though. The trade onto Rez, instant death. That was beautiful.
Well, the pendulum has definitely swung back into NiP's favor. We can see a hard eco for Anonymo as they head towards the A-bomb site, avoiding the initial grenades from NiP. But again, this is shooting gallery territory with 5 Glocks and no utility. It seems they will head out. You can see Minio just trying to pull the crosshair away from his teammates on the ramp, but to no avail. They will be deleted, as they should. A fast eco round is a good one. On to the next one.
Yeah, the mood looks fantastic on NiP's side right now. They are looking supremely confident. They're laughing. They're having a good time joking around. This is exactly the kind of atmosphere that Threat tries to cultivate on his teams. It was mentioned actually earlier by ZTR on an interview where Threat's always joking, trying to keep things light, trying to keep things fun, just so that the guys aren't really too focused on if things are going against them or the pressure involved, because obviously you need to win here. Staying in the upper bracket is going to be crucial for those RMR points.
Lamp flash being held.
Wouldn't it be called a flashlight?
I'll leave that to the internet to decide. We've got ZCR desperately trying to stay alive, doing whatever he can, and on this occasion it will be nothing. One of the more difficult positions to play and try and survive. NiP getting dropped on this A-bomb site. This is going to be a big retake, and we'll see who starts to peek first. I guess it's going to be Hampus here, who just doesn't even check the left side, and Innocent is here to delete him. NiP still holding out now. Device kind of stuck in the corner by Toll Booth. No defuse kit for him, so don't expect anything funky. I just don't think he has the ability to move right now. And Snacks is still hunting. He assumes nothing. Anonymo put 4 players towards the A-bomb site, and there is nothing left for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Completely wiped out in this round. They do have a full buy in the hole as we head towards the dying rounds of the first half, but that's a 5th round on the board for Anonymo.
Indeed it is, but now that's going to unlock the Device AWP. We'll get that hog on Rez as well. Firepower is going to be here for NiP. They are looking focused, Anonymo, but again, this is the team with everything to lose right now. They are the ones who are really trying to get it done, and they need to show up when the pressure is on. And so, very curious to see if they're going to be able to collect these next 2 rounds in this half. Very quick up to the top of mid, really trying to put the pressure on, and they do. But Rez is here. One-way smoke, tricky stuff. Device finding a kill though through that smoke, and it's an all-out war in mid right now.
Yeah, and Kylar's alone with the bomb, but the challenges have stopped for the time being. See Device is creeping, but he's got to be real careful now. With 13 HP, doesn't want to be connecting with any grenades from the T side. See him quickly sliding over, but Minio's beyond the angles he's checking. Not dropping off just yet, not giving that sound cue, but here he is, and Device cannot react in time. That's the B-bomb site compromised. Plopsky's holding the angle for the cross into the bench, but that Molotov will tell him that there is already a player at that bench. And there's Minio popping in with the headshot as well. NiP losing everything in his 14th round. It's going to be a rough one for the next one.
This is a big deal. And that is a very clean round for Anonymo. All-out war. NiP trying to come up with the shenanigans, using the smoke towards the bottom of mid. It was really en vogue for a while there, because it creates a bit of a one-way if you stand on the lip. And with that AUG as well, I mean, dude, that can get nasty. But it wasn't quite enough for NiP, and Anonymo were able to withstand that pressure. And this is just going to force them into a full-on buy round. A force buy coming in here from NiP. Deagles, Kevlar, handful of nades. Can Anonymo keep their cool? Beautiful shot from Rez to kick things off.
Yeah, good start for the Pistoleros. Gun won't be retrieved anytime soon. We'll see if Anonymo goes as far as to dispose of it. 5 Desert Eagles, and I do wonder if Anonymo play a super slow round, very pokey round, then they could become subject to these Desert Eagles. 4 players for NiP currently on this A bomb site. Hampus left alone towards B. There's the weapon disposal service. Dropping the AWP, keeping the AKs out to be nimble versus these pistoling players. I think they're reading the situations to come in this round. NiP trying to storm with the numbers and just cause some anarchy. They'll be a better place to deal with it with AK-47s. Some activity from NiP now. Don't want to wait around too long. You can see Anonymo in position to split the site with Innocent up top in Palace. He spotted one of them. The mollies are coming out. Reza trying to run distraction from his teammate. Nice one shot. They got a crossfire now. You can see device activating as well. Just having another look, peppering and doing better than that. It is falling to pieces for Anonymo. Short play taken out, and Minho's got a lot to do now. 1 versus 3. Over the smoke, running out of bullets. He's got to race towards the B bomb site. Rifles may be collected by NiP.
Oh, back into window though. Nicely done. He's going to go straight up short. Plopsky and ZTR though, this is a winnable position for them by all means, because there's going to be a window of time where that bomb is going to get planted. They're going to hear that go off. Now they just need to stick together. Buddy system. You have to trade. Oh, or you line up! You line up and it's perfect for him.
Well, there's the 7th round for Anonymo. It's very tight as we move into the second half and the third and final map. Who's going to take this series? Find out after the break. Last pistol round of this series begins now. Anonymo move to the CT side of Mirage. 1 game apiece. Dominant start from Ninjas in Pyjamas, 16-3 on Overpass, but Anonymo's game really started on Nuke. A close affair, but they did take it to Mirage, and they find themselves now 1 round behind with 3 men heading towards the B bomb site, including Innocent on short. Seems they are expectant. NiP got 3 players looking to burst top mid. This will be an interesting pistol round indeed. All Kevlar for Anonymo. No diffuse kits, no HEs, nothing funky. P250 though from Rez. and Innocent will get absolutely blasted. We've got double raid boss here for NiP. Rez and Device both rocking P250s and Kevlar. In position now to split the B bomb site.
I like this, that NiP are just not making any bones about who's hitting the shots right now on their team. Give those guys P250s and let them go to work. Minyu's with a very quick reaction, the rotation over towards this B site. It's not going to happen, though. Surely not.
1 versus 3 now for Minio, looking for the multi-frag, disciplined, patient, but there is one coming in from the back. Where does Rez choose to plant the bomb? Oh, he's going to get flanked back of the head and dead, surely. Indeed. Here is Hampus in the rear with the gear, and it's a pistol round for Ninjas in Pajamas. It's their turn to win both pistols on the map.
Did Device forget that he had a P250? Is that why he went for the USPS there? Questionable, it feels like. Questionable to save the P250 instead of the... or save the USPS instead of the P250. Regardless, NiP managing to get a strong start here on the round. And, you know, as far as the individual performance is concerned right now, Device is doing good work. 15 kills. He's right up there with Rez, who has 18. So for anybody wondering if he was going to have a slow start to this map, the return of Device, first time he's playing an official Mirage match in 2 years. So far, so good against Anonymo. That doesn't change the fact that they are not as far ahead in this match as they would like to be.
Yeah, I would imagine Device maybe picked up the USP out of habit. It's more accurate, but less damage from range, of course, because of the armor penetration of the P250.
Indeed. It's a pea shooter. A pellet gun.
So we have connector control for Ninjas in Pajamas, but Hampus has been exploded. Shrapnel everywhere.
Multi-nade combo, so sick.
See the bomb heading towards Palace. With 2 players still in mid. No short presence from Anonymo. Device now. I think he's just about seen the elbow, and there's a headshot, but a trade immediately from Innocent. Maybe they'll have problems that we saw from Anonymo previously. It is almost a mirror. Anonymo now 3-2 of NiP. They've got 35 seconds to plant the bomb. I can see Innocent in CT. Just being careful, not making it easy for NiP to find these kills. He's looking for a retake scenario. He can hear Rez moving around now. Rez, who finds himself alone, and as he moves into a false sense of security, Innocent finally emerges. Great positioning and patience from him. And Anonymo steal around from nowhere. They reset Ninjas in Pajamas.
That was a Deagle force buy with a handful of nades, and they somehow make it work, Anonymo. This is going to be a very painful round to lose for NiP. It was absolutely crucial that NiP continue to build and get the 3 rounds that they should have gotten after that pistol round, and instead, the 2 rounds rather, but instead they're left wondering what could have been. It's going to be a full buy coming in from NiP now, and we have to see, are they going to be able to actually come up with an upset themselves? HE's to top mid? HE to top mid, there we go. Unfortunately for him, nobody there. But Device made a little bit of noise towards A just to keep Anonymo honest.
That is a deep grenade.
Nice body shot.
Yeah, got to be careful how you jump for information. And he was hiding the apex of his jump, but still got tagged. It's a dangerous game. If you stop peeking, then they may be nervous about the B bomb site. But there'll still be 3 players towards A for Anonymo. It's a great smoke grenade as well to just slow NiP down. This is a force buy, let's not forget. They are playing for a victory in this round, NiP. This is not just an eco where they're trying to do some damage. But there is still time on the clock. But there are 4 smoke grenades for Anonymo. Won't be useful at present, though, because the charge into the B bomb site is here. Innocent's got to get an opening kill here. There's still 10 players alive. Make it 8 as the kills start to stream in favor of Anonymo. But maybe there's a chance to plant the bomb. Device is in no man's land, however. Let's not forget this is a force buy. They're playing for the win, but he's completely out of action. Deleted by Minio in mid. Hampus finds a rifle, but can't do too much with it. So it's just a 2 kills for NiP and a 9th round for Anonymo.
Key was close enough to hear Device with that rotated connector, so they heard each other, and that just allows for Device to get picked off completely. The main thing there for NiP is they had no nades really to help them take over that B bomb site. When the push comes through, they're kind of just running in dry with the Eagles. And against rifles, I mean, sure, if you hit beautiful headshots like the one we saw from Rez earlier, I mean, that can be a thing, but the rifles do tend to just win out in those situations. So tough break there for NiP. Really painful that they don't manage to at least get a bomb plant out of that eco round. Not having that bonus 800 is definitely going to haunt them. And now, I mean, now they're going to try to set themselves up for a bomb plant again. But this is just a... They have nothing to work with this time. Hampus has elected to still go for a deagle. Questionable, let's say. Questionable. But this should be Anonymo mopping up, and we should be getting Anonymo into the double digits first on the charge.
A Glock top mid.
Hampus has to get one kill.
It's a rough
Get
situation.
one kill. Not even a kill. You buy the deagle and you don't even get one kill. Hampus, what is that?
3 rounds in a row for Anonymo.
Can't afford a Molotov now. Could have bought a Molotov. You know? Could have bought a Molotov. Flash grenade? No, don't need those. Overrated. Who needs grenades?
Who needs grenades? Well, maybe the AK will be enough, but it's up to him to prove it.
He has definitely not been taught by Instructor Earl. But, oh, flash over the top. Hampus going to take a fight. Snacks is not there. This is insane. So aggressive straight into underpass. They fully expected this to be a B hit. Anonymo looking to counter it. They're going to get the information early.
Going in, man.
But there's a window of timing here for NiP. If they realize this, they can push fast now.
Hampus is going to go in the smoke. He's going to walk in.
They have no way to know, though. They have no way, nobody on B.
Look at the rotation now. The defenses are being bolstered. Key's being popped on the bomb site, but there are plenty more where that came from. Snacks lurking in mid now. Takes out Hampus, and his angles would have been so important. Now the execute becomes somewhat worrisome for Ninjas in Pyjamas, but they've got the utility for it. But Mino hasn't been checked for. Can he get another kill out of this? Indeed he can. Down goes Rez, down goes Device. ZTR won't last long either. Anonymo out-maneuvering Ninjas in Pyjamas very quickly in that round.
It really makes me wonder, James, just how much of an impact Threat not being able to talk during the pauses, during the freeze times, is having for NiP. Because right now, I mean, they heavily rely on him to come up with the strategic side and to calm the team down. Now that things are getting close and going against him, this could really be having an impact on NiP's T side here. That is, I mean, obviously that actually worked out perfectly for Anonymo to call the underpass push, to get in there fast, and to clear out that entire half of the map. They see nobody there from NiP. They are more than ready to smash him on A.
Confidence is growing. See Snacks creeping around connector. Got cover from Innocent. That was pretty handy there. Now the push comes in towards the B bomb site. Innocent holding the off angles, blind for the time being as Kylar is activated, spots one and drops one. Does Rez. Rez and Device now versus Free. They've got a rifle on Rez. Trying to catch players rotating. That bomb has to get planted quickly. The longer it isn't, the worse it gets. That's a very nice HE grenade for the plant spot. That puts Rez on 23 HP, sprayed through the smoke. Not a brick wall as he can see. Device now 1 versus 3. Can't do any more. Anonymo just keep on racking up the rounds on his CT side.
They're bringing the pain, James. They are doing everything right. Getting all the nades, saving the AWP. They get everything here, Anonymo. NiP, fortunately for them, get a bomb plant out of this, and so we get to see a very strong buy coming up for NiP. We will get that AWP in play for Device. We will have everybody else fully equipped. And so now is the question, okay, you have to have when you have everything, what is the play for NiP? What feels comfortable for them going into it? And how confident is Device going to be with an op on the T side? I mean, this is an official setting, a bit of a different beast. I mean, Device himself in interviews going into it recently say that he doesn't really feel the pressure apart from the pressure that he puts on himself. But in these kinds of moments, he should be the one to step up here and do the work. Key, however, going to catch Hampus. ZTR not able to help him, but Device will still find a kill on Minio, bringing it back to a 4-on-4. that favors NiP, although Snacks is still lurking around here, and he is dangerous.
Said TR, here's the sound cues, but there's not much you can really do now. Snacks is in position now. Don't know if there's more than Snacks around the corner, but maybe only Snacks will be enough. Keep creeping around the smoke. Surely that's a kill, just about, but it's also a trade. 3 versus 2 as the bomb heads towards the B bomb site, and Kylar's got some trouble coming his way. Snacks has got to get to market quickly. If he can get there before the cross, then maybe something could be done. We can see 2. That's a great flashbang. Almost catches him anyway, but not quite. Kylar's still hiding in plain sight. Bomb plant is coming through. Device deleted. Spots one. He's going to get caught by Rez, almost. Nervous stuff. That's a great flick from Snacks. Now we're down to the 1v1. Bombs on the floor. Plopsky looking for Kylar. Both ringing the bell. Big headshot from Plopsky. Exactly what NiP needed.
What a clutch from Plopsky. Has to hit the headshot or he's a dead man. Snacks as well. These guys are really pulling it all out now. They've got the plays after the plays coming in. Let's take a look here as key. This was the aggression early on. Flash set up into the mid peak in case NiP were trying to take mid control early. But for them not to try and clear that site and Kylar to get that kill for free, that has got to be the painful one. That's where you really think, okay, NiP are making unforced errors. They're making mistakes that will eventually cost them if they keep making them like this. Snacks getting peeked, though. Not expecting Device to be passed already. Sneaky stuff. Gets him punished.
Seats. Well, didn't pay off for Anonymo. Plopsky, very dependable in this series. When he's been called upon, he's always been there. And Device, top fragging game after game. Great sign straight away for Ninjas in Pyjamas, but indeed they are still behind here. Head in numbers for this round, but 2 rounds to claw back. That is wallbangable. Apparently not on this occasion.
It looked promising. Looked like he was on him.
Jungle smoke coming through. Keys behind it. Doesn't collide with the grenade, so he could catch Hampus off guard here. But he's just showing presence. He's running distraction as the bomb heads towards the B bomb site. And there's no one there. Anonymo are on the A bomb site, and I can't imagine the rotation comes through because their money's not right at the moment. And it gets even worse now with Key going down.
Yeah, I think this was the gamble from Anonymo.
I hear rumors that it's actually K.
It's actually K.
From Polski commentators telling me it's K, so you can choose K or Key.
I like it. That's why we can't trust anybody anymore, man. It's like asking people, oh, how do you say this guy's name? Oh, okay, it's Key. Definitely Key. Definitely Key. You can't trust anybody.
Semler's jaded.
I am so jaded now, and it's like, and I that's what I get for trusting people, because I was like, you know what, I'm going to ask them, and then everybody was like, no, this is how you say it. I'm like, okay, fine, then we'll say it that way.
Send pictures of Keys to Semler.
Yeah, go ahead, send pictures to Keys.
Pictures of Keys, locksmiths and even. Just send the whole shop.
Well, right now, NiP have got that on lock. And, well, you know, Anonymo, this is where the nerves can start to settle in. NiP really kicked it into a different gear here now that things have started to ramp up. They had their backs to the wall, and they've had 2 fantastic rounds go their way. Really putting the pressure. I do like what Anonymo tried to do there. When you know that you're in a dire strait, you gamble and you put the 3 on A like that. So if they go A, you've got the maximum chance to win the round, and if they go B, you hopefully save 3 guns. Unfortunately, you know, Kai, he was stuck in mid and connector, and so he just could not die. He had to go. He had to survive that, and unfortunately, he did not.
Hampus trying to deliver that second kill in mid. They know there could be one on the underpass, but look how fast this charges into the B bomb site. This is an ill-equipped round for Anonymo. They would do well to hold on to these 2 M4s. They've lost position as far as the B bomb site is concerned, so I don't see the need to throw good money after bad. A 3rd M4, in fact. But they don't really have much with which to get into the bomb site, so this would be really useful in the rounds to come if they could hold on to everything they have here. Even a Deagle, why not? 3 plays of Kevlar. You could maybe give Innocent a Deagle, take the M4, and he can go fishing for something else.
Sure, yeah. Don't really care too much about losing the Deagle. Although having Kevlar, saving the Kevlar for the next round could be big. I mean, every dollar counts, you know. Whereas you're going to take what? You're going to take a rifle off a NiP. They've got bank. You know they've got bank. So the impact that you're going to have is minimal compared to the impact of you saving. So it's looking like we're going to get a tied situation on our hands here. Bardolph 12-12. NiP running it back. NiP, I mean, they really made their lives difficult. They made it about as difficult as they could going into the second half. But that was well played there by Minho. And now, well, okay, Device on the AWP, full buy on the side of NiP. Snacks once again on the op. And, well, Snacks is starting to wake up a little bit, but it really has been Minho doing a lot of the heavy lifting. There's the leg shot coming in. Snacks connects, but it's not a kill.
Device heads towards short with a smoke in the window. NiP will know that the AWP will be rotating somewhere. Snacks moving up to the short position as well. So we'll see how patient Device will be with the AWP. He may be expectant of this rotation. There we go. Patience pays off. Know your positions well. Pretty hard for an AWP to stay around window on Mirage, so that could have been a hard read from Device, and if so, then props to him. That's a nice opening kill for Ninjas in Pajamas. With a minute on the clock, we can see them heading towards A now.
Yes, hard rotate. And now it's going to be Anonymo trying to gamble. Oh, they're even putting key. They are going to be both close to connector, so a quick rotate possible towards that B site. Hampus, it's been a bit touch and go for him here. We'll see if he can trade the 1-for-1. Needs to get it. Not going to happen, though. Hesitation costs him, and Minho wins that duel. 4-on-4 now.
Sees them spreading out of the Palace, and there'll be an exchange of kills from both squads. 3-on-3 remains. And it gets worse now. Anonymo trying to deliver, but things just go back and forth with these teams. Innocent finds himself in a 1 versus 2. He has a kit. The bomb's not planted for him. Smokes are up. Switches out for an M4. Rez is pretty low, but has a great angle. And he's quick on the trigger finger. Ninjas in Pajamas take the lead late on here on Mirage. 4 rounds in a row, no less.
4 rounds in a row, hard streak, not quite forcing Anonymo into an eco situation. It's close, though, for Anonymo. If Anonymo spend everything here, I mean, they're getting max loss bonus round after round. That was unfortunate how that happened for Hampus. Just moving as the smoke clears kind of cost him there. Something like we actually get a technical timeout getting called here by Anonymo as well. And so 13-12, and NiP now is feeling more and more confident with their reads. We're even getting the gimmicks, the gimmicks are starting to get thrown in. Same thing that we saw from NiP towards the end of their first half on the CT side. Now we're starting to get that bottom mid smoke where you kind of lurk around the edges of CT, hoping to find shots in the one way. That we're starting to pull out all the all of the stops. And well, now it's a question of whether or not Anonymo, after that tactical timeout, have they figured out what NiP are going to do next? Snacks looking deadly serious.
All these bro fists between rounds. I'd love to see like a giant plastic fist on the end of someone's table. Sanitation.
Wasn't that Freakazoid though? Didn't he have Didn't he bring out the Hulk fist at some point?
I don't know. Well, Anonymo have got 2 AWPs for this round, and Kylar, I am shocked he manages to get that kill. Timing-wise, if you've got a good spawn on a T side to try and make an entry, for a CT jumping on the box, it is an awkward position to get into in time, as we can see there. Took some damage, but did deliver the kill just in time. Kylar with 8 HP. Snipers like Alu, for example, would like to take that run on the T side. Of course, Plopsky had the AK. So some early issues for Ninjas in Pajamas. But Anonymo continue to be active, very aggressive towards the ramp, and Snacks has found Hampers creeping around the smoke. 1 by 1 they go down, and it gets better for Anonymo. The MP9 delivering, but the Device is here as well. He'll get barbecued, and Rez could clutch this. 2 players have got less than 10 HP, both the snipers. With 47 seconds, Rez will just hold this angle. We can see high health Innocent moving towards connector. Rez better be quick. He has a flashbang as well. They know that there are 2 AWPs on deck because they've both yielded kills. Here comes the fadeaway flashbang. Snacks will eat. Oh my god, that was disgusting. 23 seconds remaining. He doesn't know that Kylar is also in CT, and I'm sure the peak is coming. I can see him moving just a little. A fake plant. He has no idea what his last 2 players are, but he's running out of time to fake. We can see Innocent getting closer in connector, and surely Kylar's going to peek now. Indeed he is. No bomb plant, no bonus money, and the score is tied.
tied into it, 13-13. Loads of cash on the side of NiP, so that's not the end of the world as far as they're concerned. But Anonymo, that was vital that they actually managed to keep that at least one AWP alive in that situation. That was a sexy shot coming in for Rez, though. Behind that flash into CT, just snaps onto the head. But past that point, what is really interesting is that Minio, you know, coming into this match, you're thinking, okay, Key's going to do a lot of the heavy lifting, right? You've got Snacks for the experience. Kyler's in the mix. Minio is just massively overperforming right now.
Oh, that was like a piece of cake.
What?
It was delicious. It was absolutely delicious, that kill from Snacks. He just glided into the apartments there.
Sexy movement.
It really was. And this is a strong start from Anonymo. Taking the fight to Ninjas in Pajamas and just putting them in awful numbers once again. They got a trade frag set up here, which won't even be required. Plopsky will trade it, in fact, coming in from the back, and Hampus is here to help. And boy, does he need some help. 1 versus 3, the bomb stuck in apartment of Innocent, and Snacks is just gliding in from A to B, and it's an easy final kill here for Anonymo to take the lead.
And that really puts NiP in a bind. They're going to have to go for the force buy. Yeah, they have to go for the force. You can't let them get up to 15. That's going to be too much.
They get 2 buys if they force it. No, they don't.
You need to go for the force buy and just hope. But that is just getting picked apart. And I mean, these clever setups coming through. But again, and now it is happening. But I think Anonymo are going to count their lucky stars. If they manage to pull off this win, they better buy Minio some champagne tonight, because he has massively overperformed compared to his recent statistics. I mean, the guy has definitely been struggling, not even averaging a 1.0 rating. And on this map, it's like more 0.91 rating over the last 3 months. So this is not a strong map for him. And yet here he is topping the scoreboard, nearly dropping a 30 bomb against NiP. So for all the times for this guy to show up for his team, you know, now is pretty good.
What a dramatic turnaround from this first map. Looking like a complete write-off, but night and day from map 1 to map 2. And now late on in map 3, you can see the shortcomings here for Ninjas in Pajamas. We've had back and forths as well. Lots of trading from both sides, but it's Anonymo threatening to pull away towards match point. And that's a great start, but Rez will trade quickly. And Plopsky's got a plan as well. Rifles to be collected by Ninjas in Pajamas. Now, there are decisions to make. If Anonymo get wiped out here, they've got no money. If they lose this round and all get eliminated, they could lose the game in this round. They've really got to think about what they're doing here. Even that third kill was massive for Ninjas in Pajamas. How they've turned this around, I don't know, but suddenly they are in a very strong position. There's going to be no money from AWP. You can see Rez protecting the weapon as well. This is a huge swing for NiP.
Showing no fear, explosive strat getting thrown in by NiP. They had to do it. They had to get everybody in there. And now, well, this is it. A winning situation for them. We could go, well, we will go the distance now, no matter what. But the bomb goes off, and now Anonymo with 2 surviving. Just enough money on Kai for a reasonable buy. Snacks and Minio, though, are broke. And this is a very difficult situation now for Anonymo. Do we have a timeout getting called for them? Not quite. They could still pull one off. Buy a little bit of time.
Late, yeah.
They're going to wait until the last second. Yep, and then call it. This is what we were talking about yesterday, was it?
Yep.
Where we were talking about the teams just dragging it out as much as possible. And so all the teams, you know, they have that. They have access. It's done via panel inside, so they don't even need to wait for the admins. They can time it perfectly and just wait until the very last second of the buy phase, and then just go straight into that extra 30 seconds of timeout.
This is very nervous territory. You started to feel the Anonymo W coming, but 1 round from NiP, they broke them just enough. They took the strongest weapon away. But we will see a dangerous buy coming from Anonymo, all things considered. Utility as well. It'll be on your screen soon. And I feel like there's been a lot of rounds where Anonymo have got the first kill, or first 2. Or they've, you know, there's been back and forth, but NiP have ended up on 3 players early and been like really hamstrung by that. Need to avoid this. They must smell weakness. They must smell the blood in the water, NiP. You've got to be careful that Anonymo don't try and strike out again, and we can see the aggression in mid with a smoke down in the underpass. Oh my god.
They're both sitting in it, though. Yep, instant death. No element of surprise there for Snacks, unfortunately for him. He's just going to die.
Showing how desperate things are becoming. The pre-fire will send Innocent away on short as well. And Kylar will make a proactive play. Could go in the corner here. He'll go deep before Plopsky can post up on the angle.
Somebody go give Launders a hug. City put 750 on him.
Well, that is a huge frag. What do NiP do with this as well? Because Anonymo have got good vision towards B.
But they've pushed Palace on A. That's the important one. Kai is going to be in mid now, so they'll have a little bit of presence here towards exactly mid jungle. But Palace has been pushed, and so Minio now, he's going to be able to take a peek into T-spawn. He's going to see nobody there. This will allow for a very quick rotation towards the B site. Innocent already rotating around. Key's going to be right behind him. This is going to be brutal for the Ninjas.
Or is it? They've got to trade out, and Innocent has got to buy time for his team if he can. Oh my god, that's huge from Hampus. That allows him to plant the bomb. We've got Kai coming in from the short position. Device is posted up, but it's a rare miss from Device. Won't stop the bomb from being planted. They don't know that Minio's on the high ground up top. There's no kit on the remaining plays. The jump peek from Device, the spatial awareness. They know where both CTs are now, and they all position accordingly. But still, Kai with an unanswered frag. 1v1. Hampus is so low. He's just one bullet away from doom. Minio with the Fatman to try and clutch it, and he will do exactly that. Anonymo make it to match point.
And we get the bomb plant at least for NiP, and so they should have a bye in the next round. They will have a bye in the next round. They will be a threat still. It's not done yet. Resin Device, everybody trying to pull in here, but that was fantastic, and that has got to be off of active play on the CT side, getting the information.
They were so proactive.
Yeah, they were just out there in Palace, pushing Palace like that, getting maximum info for the team. It allowed them to set up a strong defense towards that B site and really just whittle NiP down.
Snacks in the underpass first, failed. The duel in B apartments, got a kill, fall back. Then the Palace push as well. Really trying to position their team to succeed, and they just about do it. But NiP have a buy once again. 4 AK-47s. We've got a two-man swing, and Hampus gets utterly deleted. He doesn't even know how many plays are there, completely blind. But NiP have got the numbers towards the B bomb site. There's a molly under the window. Standard stuff. But they are smoked off the side. There is a gap though, and they're searching for something, and ZTR will give them what they weren't looking for. But a bomb's been dropped in the meantime. The trades continue. This is allowing Anonymo to get closer to the site. Multiple CTs in the market now. They've got presence on shorts as well. It's going to be a hard hold for NiP, who are out of grenades at this point. AWP lurking with Snacks Innocent, trying to deliver as well. Plopsky stuck at default, but we got stereo frags for NiP. Man advantage now as Anonymo tried to clutch this one. Snacks still in the market, 1 versus 3 with the AWP. Switching out for the rifle. He has a defuse kit as well, but surely this is going to overtime. Got some pre-fire, Rez delaying, and indeed 15 apiece. We're not done just yet.
Don't know if we can handle them. This roller coaster of emotions. These guys are going to be completely wired. What a play. And a full execute onto the B side. It's not every day we get to see the full smoke wall trying to block off short. Not perfect. You pointed it out. There was the gap in the smoke, and that allowed for a little bit of trade kills going on there. But to see a full B execute come through like that last round, what a bold play from NiP. And I think that the nerves started to tell a little bit there for Anonymo. You know, just dropping the duels on the retake. Even numbers, no utility for NiP to help stop him. And yet Anonymo were just losing all the fights. So it makes me think that there's just, a little bit of nerves there that ended up costing him.
Snacks, does he go back to the well? He does. A pot shot, chain flashes will keep NiP reasonably safe. Moving through the underpass now as ZTR goes to collect the bomb. It goes beyond it actually to see what's going on in T-spawn. For now, nothing, but NiP have to be aware of these flanks from Anonymo. We'll see if another one comes to AWP's. Kylar with angles in the B apartments. He could make an aggressive play later on. As NiP take position. Kai spotted something. Maybe a player in a window. Oh my god.
Dude,
from the front
what?
to the back.
He actually swings on that and wins.
Yeah, and it's another T round where NiP have got 3 players left to try and make a round out of this. Very difficult situation for them once again. Kai with frags they just don't respond to. 35 seconds on the clock. And Kai will make his way towards this A-bomb site. He'll be the third man. Soon we'll have Innocent in jungle. A two-man spray down. He's looking for the ace. He will be denied, however, but that's a strong round. It's a confidence-boosting round from Anonymo.
Indeed it is, although it is based off of well, let's say a second very unlikely kill. That he manages to get that swing and get that kill is a big deal here from Kai. And then the double spray, of course, that is sick to see, but the damage is already done at that point. And you're just looking at a situation where NiP, it's almost a wash that round. So now let's get back into the thick of things here, because it is still first and 19, as you guys can see at the top of your screen. There's another 2 rounds in this first half of overtime.
NiP moving faster through mid, which has been a challenge for them on this map. CK deploying grenades now. I'm saying his name 3 different ways now. But I'm okay with
Kai, Ki.
I'm fine with this. I thrive in the chaos.
You don't want to be like a dog.
I don't think I'm a dog.
No, but like in French, you know, if it was Kai, that's the dog. Dog makes that sound. Kai, Kai, Kai.
Hampus looking for the second player on the B bomb site. This is so much information. Innocent hopping up, and they're going to be on top of each other in all wrong ways. Tap, tap, knock, knock. Playing the piano on their faces. Hampus
no.
There is a CT making his way through already, but Device is ready for it. Exactly what NiP needed. A great response. Hampus just behind enemy lines. Available now on DVD.
He doesn't mess it up. That's the beauty. I bet you those Anonymo guys were just feeling so good about themselves too.
They have to go for this though still, because they've got money. It's overtime. They can buy in the next round regardless. They'll just be throwing the round away. So Snacks will still have a go.
But the stats, James.
Yeah, they could play for the stats. Go for the flick. Go for the wallbang. Rez curious, and Snacks of course is still here.
See, this one. Only the 1 kill.
Eventually.
At least he cancels out that death. Good on him. All right, the focus is here for NiP, though, but what a fantastic flank from Hampus. Just guts the defense on the B side, opens it all up for his team. And you get it right here. And you know those 2 guys are just like, they're going to walk out onto it. You know, they're visualizing how, you know, it's going to be this trade kill, massive spray down. It's going to be super sick, guys. And then Hampus just annihilates that in the span of half a second. And so now we get the...
third AWP being carried by Kyla. Look at the HUD.
Yeah. Okay, this is madness.
Where's he off to with that one?
Madness. Snacks finds the pick on Device top mid, though. And it's over on B. This third AWP is posted up on B. Snacks has still got his, and Minio is up in Palace holding the angle. This is unheard of. A triple op legit strategy here on the CT side of overtime. Because you have so much money. You have so much money, why not? And he's still got an M4 there too, so if he takes a pot shot, and unfortunately, you know, it's not gonna happen where we're gonna get to see that happen. We're not gonna get to see that happen here on the B site. So now, wait, dude, if NiP get onto the A site, this is a nightmare, however. Retaking with 3 ops, how's that work?
There's an M4 on the floor, so I think it'll be picked up on the rotation if required.
Yeah, yeah.
52 seconds on the clock. Nobody pressing forward just yet for Anonymo. Snacks has been gifted a face to deliver a shot to. And then there were 3. A common situation for Ninjas Pajamas, who've really suffered in the mid position. Snacks has been a nightmare for them, and Minio will continue it. Smoke is up. 2 versus 5 made 4. Now ZTR has got 28 seconds, and down he goes. AWP's all over the shop, and it's Anonymo with a 1-round lead as the sides change.
Minio dropping 32 kills, and he had to hold that angle. He held that Palace angle for a minute straight and doesn't miss the shot when given a chance. So excellent work there from Minio. And again, just to reiterate, massive overperformance from him in terms of individual statistics right now. He is definitely swinging very hard at NiP's face, and the rest of his teammates are right behind him helping out. Snacks has revitalized himself as well, 25 kills for him. And I mean, this is all just coming into line here. But all thanks to Minio leading the charge. Rez and Device just going tit for tat on the other side, however, so solid performance from NiP. It's not like NiP aren't hitting shots right now. But pulling ahead and Anonymo, and that's really going to set them up for success here. Full A execute onto the A side coming up, and it's going to be dicey. Only 2 players here And one Molotov will just ruin their day.
There's said Molotov. That smoke is almost the very old look.
Spread.
Should give you one ways towards CT. Getting awkward now. ZTR traded as the charge comes in. Down goes Device to the hands of Kylar, and Rez fires a few shots but to no avail. Anonymo storming the A bomb site. NiP are keeping it competitive. That is a very important kill from Hampus. We can see Kylar by the fireboxes, or triple, depending on where you're from. And there is the fire by the boxes. Plopsky forced away, he knows one's in Palace, but there's no cover for that bomb plant with a minute on the clock. Bombs on the floor, 2v1 as Snacks is now wondering where his teammates have gone. Hampus has no idea where he is, but will still deliver the frag. And all of a sudden, we're tied up.
And look at Rez. He can't even believe how that happened. That looked like a lost round where Anonymo they just took over that site. They got all the kills. They should have been onto the bomb site and get that bomb planted. What happened? How does Hampus come up with a triple in this situation? Fantastic work. What a recovery from NiP. Definitely feels like a round that they should not be winning, and yet here we are, tied up 17-17.
Here we go again. Device is at least going to make it back into connector. Risky play. Snacks looking for a peek over the smoke. Could be hiding behind the box as well. Got to check that angle. Nobody's there though. Rez must be careful because Snacks, he's been so effective with this AWP. That smoke grenade to try and take control of connector. So many players in mid for Anonymo. You see the bomb just waiting in the B-apps at the moment. Smoke deployed by NiP as they'll post up behind it. So what is the next part of this plan for Anonymo? It's Minio in the window, it seems. Snacks in the ladder room. Still 4 players lurking around in mid. Everything goes quiet as the last smoke grenades are deployed. Divisive angles towards short. Oh, I don't think that Molly was supposed to go there. Well, there's Rez creeping around connector, dead. We'll see if that causes a rotation for NiP. Well, Minio gets taken out for free. The bomb's still in B apartment, still looking to split out Anonymo. You can see Device now heading towards the A bomb site as they haven't seen the bomb NiP, and the bomb does seem to be rotating towards this A bomb site. K going all the way towards the bench. He's been spotted now by ZTR. The flashbang won't help. 20 seconds to plant the bomb. We've got Hampus looking to creep up around short, and Snacks is waiting for it. He's waiting for that rotation. The game sense is strong, and now he's in a great position to defend this bomb plant. There was a smoke up for the CT side. Device with the headshot with the AWP. An aggressive smoke grenade as well, but can they cover? Can they try and get on this bomb? Kylar has some good angles, creeping around the corner as well. Device looking up, but he's on the low ground, so it's Snacks to spray the HE. The match point for Anonymo.
Snacks, he's still got it all, man. The decision-making from this guy is ridiculous. You're just not able to catch him off guard. He's in Hampus's head. Perfectly played there from Snacks, cutting off the B rotate. Make sure that you don't have to worry about any of the angles from this side. The rest of NiP have to commit to the side at that point. They have to get out there. And for it to all just pan out, this is now match point for Anonymo Esports. Full buy on NiP side. No surprise there. They've got the money. But now, let's see. Do Anonymo have what it takes to withstand the pressure? Can they get the job done, or are we going to another round of overtime?
Mid more or less given up by NiP. It's concentrating on connector. Can see Hampus looking to make a rotation as well. Device is headed towards the A-bomb site. You can see 2 Ts in the Palace, which would suggest an ultimate A play. As Anonymo make inroads towards bottom mid via the tunnel. Walking past the carpets. Snacks will collect the bomb and head towards A as well. So, again, Anonymo are positioning themselves for a slow split of the A bomb site. Potentially boosting in the window. They'll make this as uncomfortable as possible for NiP. Now, Hampus saw the player go ahead of the light, so he knows someone's in the window. Basically, you hold your crosshair on the light, and it goes away for a second when somebody goes past it and blocks your vision. And Hampus has been dropped regardless. He knew somebody's there, but he's still been deleted. Rez now, he's got to deliver this kill, but no. 3 versus 5 for NiP as they're charging in. ZTR utterly deleted. This could be the end of the road for NiP in his first series. Device spamming with the Desert Eagle. They've got to find 5 players, 3 of which are heavily tagged, but how on earth are they going to do that? Device with 9 HP now, so many bullets flying their way. Anonymo on the cusp of victory in a significant upset. Snacks taking liberties now, pushing through the smoke because why not? 2 versus 4. Both players low now. Device and Plopsky. Flashbangs flying through. And then it was just Plopsky. Anonymo have scored the upset and they take it 2-1 over NiP after being deleted on Overpass. They come back with a vengeance with late rounds on both maps.
A great celebration there from the team. Snacks himself, the man, in the middle of the action and really just coming up with the plays in the end to get it done for his team. They withstood the pressure, they withstood the nerves, they performed very well, and it just goes to show how competitive some of these teams can be coming from the online qualifiers coming in and really trying to make a name for themselves. I mean, yes, you've got a major champion on the team, Snacks, but the rest of his team, you know, apart from Innocent, you know, still trying to get out there, still trying to have that kind of experience. Here we are, they just won their first round match against NiP with Device.
The story coming into this match was Device, but I think the story going out of this match is Snacks. Again, another big name and a definite potential resurgence for him. You know, he started off a bit cold, whiffed a lot of AWP shots, but by the end of that, he was smashing NiP. Especially on Mirage in mid, he was all over the shop. They had so much trouble dealing with him. It was really fun to watch.
It's interesting, but it shows the gap and a bit of the ground that NiP have to cover to catch up, and they haven't played an official in, what, 2 to 3 weeks now? Almost a month. So, I mean, it's just a long time between matches, and we have to see now if NiP are going to be able to get their head straight going into the next one, because now, of course, they're afforded no errors.
Yeah.
They're in the lower bracket. That is it. You are not allowed to go out if you're NiP after the biggest purchase in CSGO history, rumored. You know, you got to make it happen.
Yeah, there are some slayers down there in the losers bracket. Was it Launders who picked Anonymo for this one?
He did indeed. Oh, dude, he is going to be
big points,
rolling in the points.
Yeah, he's got to be shooting ahead of everybody else in that respect.
I put 500 on FPX, so I still got. I just put 500 on NiP, so I'm screwed there. But I maybe FPX saved me.
Yeah, I think most people lost loads of points, so I'm kind of content with that. That, you know, no one's pulling. Well, not too many people are pulling away, so I don't think I'm going to be subjected to Monty's evil ideas just yet.
No, not just yet, but count on him. He's a shifty guy. I think we should hand it over to him now and hear what the lads have to say on the desk.
Shifty Monty.
First off, I'm not shifty. Guys, you know the bullshit that's coming in advance. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Yeah, I'm very upfront. There's no scheming, but the schemes from Anonymo, however, were this game. It was a narrow victory on Nuke and an even narrower one heading into overtime on Mirage, but they do come out with the victory. What a bounce back after a 16-3 loss to open this best of 3.
Hey, what a fucking series, man. This could have absolutely been a snoozer from the start. Man, we were like bored at the end of Overpass, thinking, wow, you know, Anonymo a little bit outclassed here. NiP clearly came to play, and instead, map 3 rounding it out with an OT finish on Mirage. I'm impressed.
Same. Anonymo here are, they look good on the maps that they are ready for, it feels like. Overpass, of course, being NiP's pick, they trounced them on that, but Anonymo with the huge bounce back, and I just love how they're really controlling all these situations. We saw a little bit of it on Nuke when they would take